I hereby call this meeting of the Nevada City order. We acknowledge that the Nisenan people are still here among us today, though nearly invisible. We understand that we are on Nisenan land that was never ceded, and the original tribal families have yet to recover from the near genocide of their people. As a resident or visitor in Nisenan land, we support the Nevada City Rancheria Nisenan tribe in efforts to stabilize their people, as well as their campaign to restore federal recognition. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Excuse me. Thank you. Commissioner Simmons. Here. Commissioner Nye.
Here.
Commissioner Hanmi.
Here.
Vice Chair Cobden.
Present.
Chair Brown.
Here.
Everyone's present.
Are there any corrections or changes to the agenda? No?
No.
All good? All right. Next period is for public comment. Anyone who would like to comment on an item that is not on the agenda, please come forward now. If you'd like to comment on items on the agenda, we'll have comments during that time. Richard.
Richard Thomas, Gethsemane Street. And I just wanted to again thank Joan for their service here for the last few months. I've met with her only one time. Yes, absolutely. I met with her one time among a bunch of guys who, you know what a meeting with a bunch of guys is like. She did great.
Great.
I don't mean to be sexist about things, but you know, sometimes we need more women than we got out here.
Amen.
Here. Great. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Richard. Are there any other comments? If not, let's go to the consent calendar. Is there anyone on the commission or in the public who would like to pull any items from the consent calendar? Nope. All right. With that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Motion to approve consent
We have
calendar.
a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Nope. Great. Thank you. All right. Moving on to the next item, which is ordinance amendment. Gary, I think we're handing it to you.
Hi, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, good morning, good afternoon. I'm used to doing planning commissions in the evening, so it's really nice to have you here in the afternoon. Yeah, in response to state mandates, we're required to update our accessory dwelling unit regulations. And we worked on something together at the second, a couple meetings ago about heights for ADUs. And we got some good feedback from the commission on that. So we incorporated those into the changes that the state is requiring. We actually went through several iterations of the ordinance and tried to work with the regulations that we had. And it was just, if you look at the state letter that you have in the package, you can see the number of complexities that we've had to deal with. And city attorney and staff have been working on revisions. We were ready to bring those to you. We gave you quite a bit of time to take a look at them, and we appreciate your time taking a good look at those regulations. But then we sent them over to HCD, and they looked at them, and they had some changes they felt were needed. Since they were required to send them to them when they're adopted, we wanted to make sure we captured everything that HCD would like to see or need in terms of their interpretation of compliance with the statutes. And I think Russ is here if he's not, but we're working on diligently on making some further changes to them. And so this is an opportunity for public comment and any comments you might have going forward, and then we can certainly hopefully have the revised regulations to you at our next meeting. So we'd ask you to open the public hearing, keep the public hearing open, continue the item for the next meeting.
Okay, great. Are there any questions from the commission based on their review of this document?
Or insufficient review.
Or insufficient review.
I'm curious, will the existing ordinance be
removed from site and an entirely new one written, or will we see lineouts and substitutions?
You know, we tried to develop that in the red lines, and we ended up, there's so many, if you can look at that letter, you can see there's so many changes that, you know, it's really a repeal of the whole set of regulations. And, you know, everything from the number of units to the, you know, just about everything you can think of is changed in terms of the statutes. The things that the commission and the city could be looking at in terms of discretionary review would be heights, for example, as long as you're less restringent than the state regulations, we can look at those things for like architectural review, for things in the downtown. Those are things that we were looking at with the attorney, but there's just pretty much the whole thing has to be redone.
Yippee!
What's that?
Yippee!
I know, it's been crazy. You know, I've worked on housing regulations for 20, 30 years, and I've never seen anything more complicated. I think Russ can attest to that as well as Jessica. The whole
HCD
staff has
specialty.
really been grappling with it. We're spending a lot of time on it, and appreciate your indulgence.
Great, thank you.
Also, for my clarification, we discussed changes or recommended changes to the maximum height restrictions to allow for some pre-approved ADU plans, which is, that's a great thing. And that's a change to our objective design standard set, which applies to all SB9 development. It's kind of the backstop for the city code. So that all ministerial architecture review approvals. So those updates will be included. They'll be the only set. Our updated version, our updates will permeate all of city code. Is that right?
Well, the idea is to
There
make
won't be
some minor
separate-
changes to the objective standards to comply with state regulations. The height regulations that exactly as we discussed will be in the regulations themselves. I don't think we're going to put the height discussion in the objective standards. The idea is to, you know, come up with a.
So they'll only pertain to ADU?
Yes. Yeah, because what we wanted to do is a clear set of ordinance standards that the HCD can look at, go, that works. Whereas if we start going in and referring, my original plan was to just refer to the objective design standards, and then we felt like we needed to put all those standards into the actual code for HCD's needs.
Okay.
Not for us, but.
And will our next go-round be a commentable draft, essentially?
I think we want to have the document ready for adoption and for your approval to the city council for adoption.
Okay, so we'll get another look at it and have
Absolutely.
some final, like,
We hope to get that to you as soon as possible.
okay.
We have a meeting next week, and we'll get something to HCD, and they can turn it over pretty quickly, so I can get them to you. But as we always do, we encourage the commissioners to contact me or staff with any big picture questions, so we can move it forward. They were due the beginning of the year, and HCD has been going, okay, well, we'll grant you extensions. So, you know, they haven't been a problem with delays, but we want to move them as quickly as we can.
Okay, thanks for the info.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Any other questions? Is there anyone from the public who'd like to comment on this item? Richard?
I came all the way over here, I might as well have something to say. I guess I'm confused on the timeline, so you're gonna come up with a draft that will be circulated and we can comment on it, and then you're gonna come back to the next meeting for a recommendation to approve it to the city council?
That's right. In fact, the draft is online. You can look at it now, or we have copies, but we're going to be making some changes that a lot of them are just like references to different state codes. So the essence is in there. There's some things we have to work on in terms of clarity, how the HC interprets some of the statutes.
Okay, so really nothing is gonna change in the document between the one we got now available?
It'll be different.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll
So it'll be,
We'll do a red line of the existing draft that we have and show the changes.
So it'll be in the packet for the meeting before?
Absolutely.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Great, thanks, Richard. Is there anyone else who would like to comment on this item? Seeing no one, is there any discussion from the commission? The request has been to continue this item. Anything else you'd like to say? No? I'll move that we continue this item.
Second.
Motion a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? No. Okay,
Thank you, Commissioners.
great,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is 736 Zion Street, architectural review to add a deck outside of the historic district. Joan.
Hello.
Hello.
So you, you don't often see me in this capacity, so it's a pleasure to be here before you this afternoon. So this item is being presented by me due to a staff conflict of interest. So I will go through the report, answer what questions I have. My backup answer person is Gary in the event that we need that from a planning perspective. So this is an application for 736 Zion Street. It's an architectural review with 25% plus exterior changes outside of the historic district, and I think that's an important distinction here. It is a pre-World War II structure. The project site is within an R1 zone district and is located at the intersection of Zion Street and Brock Road. The assessor's office has an estimate of construction of the house in 1900. The owner estimates 1896, fairly close. There have been a few permits issued on this property in the past. In 2020, a minor architectural review was conducted to rebuild a rock retaining wall and demolish an abandoned driveway. And an architectural review occurred in 2018 for a house remodel. The proposal before you is to add a porch roof over an existing deck that was part of the 2018 review. This, the structure's footprint would not be increased on if you were to approve the application. It, excuse me, the addition of the roof would restore protection that was taken away when the original roof was removed, and add architectural interest back into the structure, and it is within the mother lode style that is addressed in the code. The roof material would be galvanized corrugated metal, and the trim material would be Doug fir painted in the Harbor Haze color. You do have within your staff report a picture of the 2018 look and what the current structure looks like as it faces Brock Road. The proposed project is essentially an amendment to that 2018 review and approval. The deck was approved under that review and is therefore a legally established structure. The proposed porch roof is located entirely over the footprint of the approved deck and does not extend further into the required setback. As such, the project does not increase or intensify the existing setback encroachment and does not constitute a new encroachment, which means that a variance is not required. Outside, as indicated before, the structure is outside of the historic district, so the exterior alterations to pre-World War II buildings and changes to no more than 25% of the siding, doors, or windows require architectural review by this commission. And they must be reviewed for stylistic consistency within the existing context of the neighborhood. That review has been conducted by staff. Excuse me, excuse me. Environmental review, the determination is that the exterior changes to this structure would be exempt from CEQA under the Public Resources Code Section 15301, which allow for minor alterations of existing structures. The staff recommendation is to find that the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to that code section, Public Resources Code Section. to approve the architectural review application with the attached conditions of approval by making the following findings. The proposed exterior alteration is generally compatible with Nevada City style architecture, and the proposed exterior alteration is compatible within the context of the surrounding neighborhood. Conditions of approval that are recommended are very consistent with prior approvals you've made on projects, which are that Nevada City contracts with Nevada County Building Department for issuance of permits. The county will not issue the permit unless plans have been stamped and approved by Nevada City Planning. Nevada City will require final inspection of all work prior to a final being granted by the county. Material selections, colors, and all proposed work shall substantially comply with the exhibits presented and approved by the Planning Commission. Pursuant to Municipal Code Section 17.88.060, a building permit must be obtained and construction started within a 2-year period or within an additional time period as may be granted by the Planning Commission on written receipt of a request for the extension of the 2-year period. The decision of the Planning Commission may be appealed to the City Council not later than 15 days after your action or decision is made. Any work that might occur between your approval and an appeal would be done at the property owner's own risk. We did receive a public comment from the Historical Society indicating that the porch design and details should generally be consistent and match what was originally on the home when it was constructed. I think from a staff perspective, inasmuch as this went through architectural review and approval in 2018, that trying to find photos from back in the late 1800s, early 1900s would be challenging. I think that's the gist of what their comment was. I would be happy to answer questions that you might have.
Great. Thank you, Joan. Are there questions from the commission?
I have a very basic one. Joan, why are you presenting this?
Because there is a staff conflict of interest.
It's on behalf of a staff member?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, just reading at the letter that you referred to at the end, I read it as sort of a more general suggestion, and not really with this particular application, but that it was a suggestion that in order to save staff, our staff, that they would be willing to look up through their own archives, like photos of projects like this. And I think that that's the way I read the letter, that it wasn't really having an issue with this application itself, but it just was with this one and others similar where the staff might not have the time and they have the resources, that they would be willing to do it for free to look up photos.
You are correct. That is part of the comment that they made, and they are willing to do that on projects, but they did specifically say that they would be happy to look for photos on this particular property.
Other questions?
I do have one. It's a change of material. The existing roofing material is like aluminum shake style. The existing roofing material is going to be replaced with composition. And just for my clarification, is that a ministerial approval, a change of material?
I'm not sure. I'm going to defer to Gary Price to answer that question. I'm thinking that through. I don't recall ever reading that in the code.
I think like for like is generally ministerial, but
I think it's more like it's a judgment call on the commission. I know it's supposed to be ministerial, but if the commission as a whole had an issue with a material change, then we could refer it to the architectural committee to take a look at.
Okay, no, it's just a question about how it was presented in the staff report and I'm just not confident that a change of materials also is covered by a staff approval.
It's kind of like a judgment by the commission to make that decision if that creates an inconsistency with the historical integrity of the building, which we don't think it does.
It's hard to tell from the photo of the 2018 structure what materials were used for that roof. You're correct that the existing roof on the 2026 photo is composition.
I looked at it today and it looks to me like stamped aluminum shake.
Not what's in the photo.
Excuse me, Andy Hiles is on Zoom and can answer questions as well.
Okay, sure. I don't have an issue with it necessarily, but I'm just kind of a point of order question.
Would you like to get a clarification from the applicant?
Sure.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm Andy, and you're correct, it is stamped aluminum that's on there now, and that's what was on there also in 2018, it's just a different angle. So I think the like for like may have been construed because it was metal. However, it's intended to look like wood shake. So there's a little confusion there because it's aluminum that is metal that's similar to corrugated in that regard, but it's meant to look like wood. So.
And are you proposing to replace that roofing, the stamped metal shake at this time?
Yes, I am. That's like the 5th roof that's on top of that house.
Okay.
And so it needs to be changed. So that is also part of this permit or this approval is to change out the main roof and in addition, put a porch roof on. The porch roof would be different than the main roof. But I hope that's clear.
Yes, it is. And I have another question regarding then the replacement roof. What color is it? I don't think it's clear from the staff report, or it wasn't clear to me.
I'm sorry, it's the hickory.
Hickory.
So it has red tones. It may not show up in here, but we thought that would work nicely with the doors, which are all red.
Okay, good. Thank you.
And then the corrugated would just be zinc colored.
Good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the commission? If there are none. Oh, did you have one more?
No, none.
Oh, if there are none, are there any comments from the public on this item? Seeing none, bring it back for discussion. Any discussion among the commission?
I'd just like to say I walked this house while it was for sale, and I've watched the owners do work on it over the last 6 years, and it's very impressive, and I admire anytime the kind of love that's gone into this building happens.
I agree. It seems like a restoration process, which I appreciate a great deal, that the window details, the window trim details have been restored to what would be the original style. And it's just, yeah, I agree.
They had a lot of work.
Yeah.
I think especially in the location, this house is right across from, it's a highly trafficked area, so.
Mm-hmm.
Any other discussion? If not, would someone like to make a motion?
I'll motion to approve as recommended by the staff report.
Can you throw the CEQA in there too?
Finding the project exempt from CEQA pursuant to Public Resources Code Sections 15301, existing facilities. Do you want me to read the rest of it?
I think that's good. All right. Do you have a second?
A second.
Great. A motion, a second. A roll call, please.
Commissioner Simmons? Yes. Commissioner Nye?
Yes.
Commissioner Hadamy?
Yes.
Vice Chair Cobden,
Yes.
and Chair Brown.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Motion approved. Great.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, and since my last day with the city is tomorrow, I just want to say it's been a pleasure working with all of you, and I hope our paths cross again in the future.
Thanks so much,
Likewise.
Joan.
Thank you.
Same.
All right, moving on.
And good luck with your roof, with your porch roof. I'm kidding.
Good joke.
Presented it.
I'm gonna say,
Thank you much.
I'm gonna say, enjoy your big trip coming up. I know
Yeah,
that's
there
coming.
it is.
Yeah, enjoy that.
confusing.
Give me a second.
Okay, moving on to the next item, which is 439 Washington Street, architectural review for deck railing. Is the applicant here?
He is on.
Yeah, the applicant is on the Zoom call.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yes, due to the snowstorm last week, we had a couple applicants who were planning to make it in person and could not because they had to change their travel plans at the last minute. Okay, so this project is for an architectural review. We're doing all architectural reviews now for a little while. This one at 439 Washington Street for a deck railing. This project is outside of the historical district, but is a pre-World War II home built in or around 18. Well, I don't have a home. I actually don't have a year on the date of the building, but it was shown on the 1898 Sanborn map, so it's been around at least since the late 1800s.
1857, actually.
1857. Okay, thank you. So this application, again, I'm going to show you a few photographs here, which are relevant. And unfortunately, I don't have a date on this particular photograph. I'm going to enlarge it. I believe this photograph is older than some of the other pictures that we have. You can see there were deck railings on both the lower and the upper deck at some point in time. And this came out of the Historical Society's archives, but I did not see a date on it. And that is information I can try to get if we need it. So we'll just put that out there. Right now, I'll show you the prior to construction, because what has happened here is that the applicant he actually applied for a building permit with the Nevada County Building Department, and the building department did not route it to planning staff. So planning did not have a chance to review it or to take it to the planning commission. And so when I actually received a phone call from a member of the public and contacted the applicant to let them know that they needed to do this architectural review. The email to the applicant overlapped within a 24-hour period of finalizing the construction, so there may have been a miscommunication, but the railing was actually installed. And so what you see here on the left photograph is what the property looked like before construction of the second-story railing. And you'll see that this first-story railing is actually different from the photograph I showed you above. So these are much more sort of delicate spindles. And at some point, those were changed. I don't know if this was constructed to an earlier style or if this was the original that was reconstructed or not, because I don't have any other photographs from when the house was first constructed. The applicant constructed this to building code standards, which require a 42-inch rail height, and has tried to make the design very, very similar to the first floor railing. But it is 6 inches higher now than what it was previously, which the applicant has indicated was previously 36 inches. So in terms of how this lines up with our code and with our design guidelines, again, it is outside of the historical district, but it is considered a historic home. Our zoning code states that alterations to older homes should match existing historic materials and details. And our design guidelines state that removal or alteration of historical material or distinctive features should be avoided wherever possible, and distinguishing original qualities or character of the building should not be destroyed. Alterations should match the existing style, materials, and details. That's kind of an important note, existing and not necessarily original. But it's possible that we would want it to go back to original, but also probably have some consideration for it being consistent with the existing railing that was on the first floor. The design guidelines also speak to railing heights. And they are specific. If you're in the historical district, the railing height can be lowered. And we have just recently had this discussion because of the historical building code. It allows us to do that in the historical district. Outside of the historical district, my understanding is that you have to have a qualified designated historic building in order to have the historical building code applied. That is something I will be honest about. I'm not 100% certain that that is the case. We did receive a comment letter on this project from the Historical Society, who was asking for or recommending the 36-inch height if possible. And it is something that I could look into further with the building department to see if they have any experience with this. But how I have read the codes, it's in the health and safety code, and it appears to me, just from reading that code, that it would only apply to designated structures, which makes sense because you could say that anything built over 50 years ago is historic. That's the first way that's the first criteria for being designated historic. There's obviously a lot of buildings over 50 years old. So this proposed, or this design that has actually already been constructed is substantially similar to that first floor railing, but with the taller railing height. So staff is recommending that the Planning Commission approve the project and find the project to be exempt from CEQA with the conditions of approval that are attached. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have on this
Great,
now.
thank you, Jessica. I'll start with a question. Clearly, the style was done to match the lower. Is the lower height also the 42, or what is the height of the lower railing?
32, I think.
36.
36. Okay, thank you. That's my question. Other questions?
It's not in the staff report, but it does appear that there was also the addition of a walkable deck above that roof that included an additional fascia. Was that included in the building permits? I'm just.
Yes, the applicant sent me all of the engineering details on that, and it was part of the building permit, is my understanding. He can maybe speak to that a little more, and I can also pull up the engineering details if you wanted to see this.
I only asked for clarification because it wasn't mentioned in what I read.
Yeah. So I did ask the applicant about this, and maybe he should speak to it a bit. I asked was that previous deck walkable and usable? And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Fox, but I believe you said it was, because it is accessible from the upstairs. Those are French doors, actually, and not windows.
That is correct, yeah. You can open those doors, you walk out there. I was concerned about the safety of any individuals walking out those French doors, not having any kind of safety railing. So I approached the Nevada County Building Department, pointed it out that a painting that I had from 1997 showed the railing exactly the way it is, with the exception of it being 36 inches versus 42 inches. They said that they understood, and for safety reasons, that I could rebuild that railing, but that it was required to be 42 inches, and they actually put that in the permit, that it had to be 42 inches, which is today's California standard for safety.
Great, thank you. Other questions? Jim?
Yeah, so Mr. Fox, you originally wanted to make the upstairs railing 36 inches. Is that correct?
I would have made it whatever they wanted, but they specifically put in the permit that I had to make it 42 inches. And I personally, because of the litigious nature of our society, would be uncomfortable making it 36 inches for aesthetic reasons versus safety reasons if someone were to be harmed in any way with a 36-inch railing. My experience with attorneys is they look to that and would be, it would be a big liability in my opinion. So I was quite comfortable with making it current California code required 42 inches.
Great, thank you.
But I would have made it 36 if they'd have told me to make it 36, but
Anything else, Jim?
Well, I sort of have a question about Jet, what you brought up, because we do, it's the historic building code, and we do allow and permit 36 inches throughout the historical district. And we're not liable. We're not facing any risk. So my understanding is, I talked to some people who had previously been on the Planning Commission, and that it's the up to the discretion of the City of Nevada City and the Planning Commission for houses in the neighborhoods. Like in this case, this is a historic home. It's the Bouvier house. It's
Is that a question, Jim? We're doing questions now.
Yeah, so my question to you is, have you heard it that way, that we can apply the historical, the historical building code to historic homes outside the historical district?
I believe that we definitely can if it's been designated. The health and safety code section that refers to the historical building code, what qualifies, I think they call it a qualifying structure. A qualifying structure can be designated locally. So if we were to have it, if it is designated locally, if we discover that, then it would qualify and we would have some discretion to use the historical building code, or by the state or federal government as well. But I wasn't able to find that, so that's where I landed.
Okay. All right, I'd ask Russ, do you have any comment on this question of whether or not that potential reduction would apply here?
You would have to prove that the house was in fact listed, and I don't think that just, if it were to apply, your presentation, your applicant is requesting approval for what's presented here at 42 inches. So I'm not sure we want to step in here and force someone to use an optional building code.
Great, thank you, Russ.
Thanks, Russ.
Other questions from the commission? None? Nishan?
No.
No? Any final questions over here? No? All right, I'll open up to the public. Is there anyone in the public who would like to comment on this item?
Hello, Planning Commissioners. I'm Matthew Coulter, and walking down Spring Street just now, I noticed the new fence behind the Golden Era, and I was in the meeting when you guys okayed that. And my request to you guys is to really be careful about the materials that you approve, because that looks like a Home Depot situation going on next door there. It has nothing to do with the historical aspect of our town. It's horrible.
Matthew, do you have comments on this item?
Yes, this applies to this item also, because what I've noticed with the commission is that there's just this constant drumbeat of approval of removing trees and allowing things to go into the city, including city purchase things that are, they look like kind of like modern art or something maybe. I don't know, but that's my request to the commission. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Matthew. Are there any other comments from the public on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for discussion. Is there anyone who would like to make a comment on this item? Jim?
Well, I guess we're asked to approve what's already been approved or what's already occurred. So it is an instance of, the process seems to have didn't work for whatever reason, the way it should have worked. So, I mean, my only comment on that is that in the process, we approve things based on our mandate, and which is what the town wants. But I think that it's a process that sometimes is a good benefit to the applicant as well. So I feel like in this situation, hearing from the applicant and knowing they were working with this historic home, that they wanted to restore it conscientiously, and so I'm concerned about that the process, which can be a benefit to both the city and to the applicant, kind of went awry in this instance, and that's all.
Great, thank you, Jim. Anyone else?
I'll agree with Jim that the process went awry. The county should know. So this is a problem that has exposed itself and now will be corrected. And fortunately for us, the applicant has done what, in my opinion, would be approved by the Planning Commission on aesthetic bases. And the increased railing height it's unfortunate. A 36 railing would look better because it does sort of blot out it does change the proportioning of the building. But it was the correct choice, in my opinion, to go with the railing detail that was in existence, and I think they did a pretty good job of that. And I faced the same 42-inch thing. I live in the area and renovated my house, and I wanted a 36-inch railing, and it was forbidden. It's a 1920 house. So I put in a 42-inch railing. So yeah, I mean, what our staff report says about railing height outside the historic district, I take as gospel, as it was given to me when I was an applicant before the Planning Commission as well. So I mean, that's it. Fortunately, Mr. Fox, you did a nice job. You did the best you could toward restoration, given modern code.
Great, thank you. Amy, you're going to say something?
Yeah. The last thing Commissioner and I said confused me a little, but my thought is just that if it sounds to me like the applicant wants a 42-inch railing to replace the one that they're taking down due to dry rot, right? And our legal advice is not to push them into a lane that they aren't asking to go when it's not necessarily a hard, fast rule. So I'm inclined to let them have what they're asking.
Great, thank you.
I agree with that.
All right, thank you, Michonne. I'll also add that I thank the applicant, Mr. Fox, for your patience with this. I mean, clearly you acted in good faith and, tried to do the right thing by, going to the county. And it's unfortunate that this came about this way, but I appreciate your good faith actions and your patience through this process.
Thank you.
With that, if there are no more discussion, would someone like to make a motion?
I will motion to approve finding the project exempt from CEQA under 15301 existing facilities of the CEQA guidelines, and with the conditions of approval as listed in the staff report.
Great. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Michonne can get the second.
Mijan got it, okay. Roll call, please.
Ishan, there was a second, okay.
Yep.
Commissioner Simmons?
Yes.
Commissioner Knight?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamid?
I'll abstain.
Vice Chair Cobden?
Yes.
Chair Brown?
Yes. Great. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, moving on to the next item. Whoops. Back up here. Okay, 339 Clay Street, architectural review for siding replacement. Is the applicant here? Please come forward. You can have a seat right there at the center table.
So before we get started on this, I wanted to make a quick comment. I have been in touch with the building department since that last item came to light. And there was a new staffing over there, so they're aware now. They've been planning everything since this happened, so.
Maybe more than you need at this
won't
point.
happen to others. Yeah,
okay.
definitely.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so our next architectural review is for 339 Clay Street. And I'm hopeful that this project will be the least controversial of any item on tonight's agenda. It is for some siding replacement for a home that was constructed in 1995, so not a pre-World War II home, but within a neighborhood of largely pre-World War II homes. This is, again, 100% siding replacement to replace existing LP press board composite cove siding with a 6-inch reveal to a hardy board fiber cement lap siding with a 9-inch reveal, same paint colors. So again, for this particular project, there is one section of the design guidelines that applies to this that also applies to historic structures, and that is for alterations. With alterations outside of the historical district to siding, painted wood horizontal siding, board and batten, cement fiberboard. Not cement fiberboard, let me stop the sentence there. The design guidelines encourage wood siding and board and batten siding and discourage cement fiberboard, vinyl siding, and other synthetic siding. The interesting thing about this is that we have just had our first home hardening committee meeting earlier this week, and the recommendation is to not, I think maybe a few of you were there, I think was to discourage wood siding because of fire safety issues, and to encourage cement fiber siding and other fire safe materials. So that is the recommendation in this staff report, is that this material is, while it doesn't meet with the design guideline recommendations, it does meet with the fire safe guidelines and fire safe regulations that are more current in the state, and looks like coming up in our own codes at some point soon as well. In terms of the design of the siding, it will be a lap siding, and this neighborhood has a lot of lap siding. The reveal's slightly larger than the more historic homes in the neighborhood, so that could be a consideration for commission, but staff is recommending that the commission find the project exempt and approve the architectural review application as presented or as maybe modified at hearing.
Great.
And that's it.
Thank you. Is there anything you'd like to add?
Yes, Chair and members of the commission, I do want to make a correction. In our earlier application, we did make a mistake. It's not a 9-inch reveal, it's an 8-inch reveal.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, are there questions from the commission on this item? Going once?
A question I would have had is, are you willing to reduce the reveal of the siding?
Lucky for us, no. It was 8-inch.
All right, other questions? No
questions, no.
No questions, all right. If there are no other questions from the commission, is there anyone from the public who'd like to comment on this item? Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to the commission for discussion. I take it you have a
Why are you
discussion
looking
item.
at that? Mr. Chair. There's a house down a couple from you, down away from town. It's a 9-inch reveal, looks to me like asbestos siding, that great update that happened in the late 50s or something like that.
There's,
And then there's a wealth of houses in your neighborhood that are 6-inch reveals, and so a smaller reveal would be more in keeping than a 9-inch reveal. That's a really strong sort of updated look.
I'm kind of questioning what the neighborhood consists of, because I've walked the neighborhood, and I was actually going to bring photos for you if this question came up, because there are multiple homes with 9-inch reveal in that neighborhood. I kind of think of us as going from the intersection of Adams and Clay out. I mean, we're next door to a Victorian, across the street is a 1940s lap sided with different additions on it as well that went up into the 60s. Then we have a stucco next door to us, and there's some cove, but there's also some 9-inch reveal down the road just a little ways, and those are 1960s kind of ranch style. So I mean, the whole neighborhood is just, there's also kind of a weird brick and board and batten home on that's 4 houses down. So it's just this wild mix of things heading out on Clay.
Okay.
Going back into town, I think we're getting more into kind of the typical historic on Clay, but our end of the street is all different types of architecture and sidings.
And from my perspective, a passing glance at the general impression inventory, not as thorough as yours, was it your house does have details that bring it into the older vernacular.
Somewhat, yeah. What you can see of it from the street.
Yeah,
it's
right.
pretty well
It's
camouflaged.
not super prominent, and
Yeah.
so a smaller reveal is preferable to me, and I'd go with what the commission decides.
Okay.
But I do like the reduction from 9 because it does look a little asbestos-y. Oh, and the material, that's not the change of material. It isn't that hasn't been adopted into the design guidelines yet. But we're looking for contexts to give us guidance as to when that it really should be encouraged, and
should be.
It seems like a very reasonable use on your project.
Thank you.
Great. Other discussion? No. Sean, Jim? No. Okay. Is there anyone who'd like to make a motion?
I'll make the motion. I recommend that the Planning Commission approve the application and with the following actions, determine that the project is exempt from CEQA and that that we approve the architectural review application of the project, and that the proposed changes are consistent with mother lode type of architecture and and compatible with the context of the existing neighborhood.
Great.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Simmons? Yes. Commissioner Knight?
Yes.
Commissioner Hadamy?
Yes.
Vice Chair Cobden?
Yes.
Chair Brown?
Yes. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, going on to the next item, 310 Broad Street, architectural review for new paint colors in the historic district. Great, welcome back.
So, and before we get started on this item, I would just note that there was an appeal filed on the conditional use permit for this property. that will be heard by city council next month. But we checked in with the city attorneys on this, and it is acceptable for the planning commission to take action on this item because it is just for the exterior changes and doesn't have anything to do with the use of the building. Okay, so obviously you have heard this item a couple of times, 3 times, I believe, before, in December and January, and it went to advisory review as well. And so we're back again with some modified proposed paint colors. And so I think I'll just jump right into that. These were the previous proposed paint colors in January. The primary color here is Yorktown green. It's a darker green.
We're not seeing it on
Oh, you're
the
not.
screen.
Says I'm sharing. Why is it not working?
Your sweater is green?
My sweater's
Probably not Yorktown green.
Okay, give me a minute. Maybe I'll stop. I'll redo it. Stop sharing and reshare. See if it works.
Okay.
There we go.
Great.
Okay, great. So the previous primary color was this darker color called Yorktown green, everything out of Benjamin Moore historical palette, with a trim color and a kind of a mid-tone Waterbury green, and then just, I think, a couple of these gold accents. The new proposed colors, and this, it doesn't, unfortunately, my image of it doesn't represent it that well, so I might actually go down to the plans.
Yep. Chips, great.
Yeah. And the chips would be helpful because I think the color's not true on the screen. So the new proposed color is the Webster green. That's the primary base with a trim color of Waterbury green and additional accents from the previous proposal. Additional gold accents. Let me just enlarge this so we can all see it. This is much more of a mid-tone color than the previously proposed color, with additional gold accents, like I mentioned. Before getting into recommendations, hopefully you all had a chance to review the letter. We received a letter from the Historical Society on dark paint colors in the historical district, and specifically on this project and another one. And they were not supportive of the dark green color scheme, said it didn't meet the context of the neighborhood ordinance criteria, and that the historical colors were much lighter. And so I think I would, it's great to get that feedback from the Historical Society. I have to look at what we actually have in our ordinance and in our design guidelines in order to make the best recommendation to the Planning Commission. And so looking at those design guidelines, it states that we are supposed to select colors that are similar to the tones found in the area and on adjacent buildings. Muted, soft colors on large wall expanses are encouraged. It doesn't necessarily say here that lighter colors are encouraged, but there are there are a lot of lighter colors in the historical district. I think we've all talked about that before. And then obviously there's just a discouragement of using bright modern colors and intense whites, which this building does not do. Over the years, I've been looking at some other historic photographs, and at times mid-tone kinds of colors have come into vogue and then back out of vogue. But I think historically, back in the mid-1800s, when the town was developing, in the late 1800s, there were probably more light colors when you look at the black and white photographs. It can be a little bit hard to tell because they're black and white photographs, so I don't know what the actual colors were. But I want to make sure that you have all of the information you need to make your decision. Staff is recommending that the Planning Commission approve this architectural review application, finding that the proposed colors are consistent with the mother lode type of architecture, and that the proposed structures are compatible with the context of the surrounding neighborhood.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anything you'd like to add to that?
Just revisiting the last meeting where it was recommended to sort of swap the primary and the secondary color, and we looked at it and it just didn't feel right. It just felt out of balance, so we kept the secondary color and the accent color the same and just went with a lighter green, and it's consistent with the brand, and it just felt a little bit more harmonious with the surroundings.
Great, thank you. All right, are there questions from the commission on this? Questions? None?
None for me.
Jim, any questions? No? Michonne? No? Amy? No? All right. Is there anyone in the public who would like to comment on this item? Seeing no one, I'll bring it back for discussion. Anyone who would like to discuss this item? Anyone? No?
Me?
I'm looking at anyone who would like to make a comment. It looks like you have one.
Well, I think the applicants have done what we asked, what we had directed them to do at the last meeting. And it's this sort of tone on tone, if that's the correct terminology, of the darker colors. Seems more in keeping with the style of the building than the previously proposed combination. Yeah, so this works from my perspective.
Great. Anyone else? No? I will agree. I think this incorporated well what we were looking for, and I appreciate you thinking about the bigger picture and making a recommendation that wasn't necessarily in line with exactly what was said, but was in line with the spirit of it. So, okay. Is there anyone who'd like to make a motion? I'll move. I will also make a motion if no one else will. I'll move that we determine that this project is exempt from CEQA as noted in the staff report, and approve the architectural review application, finding that the proposed paint colors are consistent and that the proposed structures are compatible with the context of the neighborhood, subject to the condition of approval noted in the staff report.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Simmons?
Yes.
Commissioner Knight?
Yes.
Commissioner Huntley?
Yes.
Vice Chair Cobden?
Yes.
Chair Brown?
Yes. Motion passes. Excellent. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Going on to the next item. 223.5 Broad Street. Architectural review to add a new front door and vestibule in the historic district. Applicant, can I come forward? Jim?
I was hoping that was a model.
Oh, come up to the table, yeah. Okay.
Okay. Great. Okay, so this project application concerns the Oddfellows Fraternal House, which was constructed in 1873 and is described in the National Register for Nevada City's Historical District. It's kind of an interesting description. It states that originally there were actually 6 pillars in front of the building. Now there are only 2 that supported a canopy over the sidewalk. And the windows, so I have a picture. I don't have a picture of the upper windows, but the windows have been altered. They have they're arched, but currently the window is just a square inside of that. So there have been a few modifications over the years. This current proposal before you now is concerns this entrance. Right now there is a roll-up door that comes down that is not historic and doesn't have historic significance or is not of interest in that respect. So the applicant does have a security concern here, needs to have a door at the bottom of the stairs. And looking at the building code requirements, those mandate that there be a 3-foot landing at the bottom of the stairwell. And that is so you don't land at the bottom of the stairs facing a door. So they're proposing a vestibule, and it looks like we have the model here that we can all look at that might be helpful. So the proposal is for this vestibule. It does not project out in front of the 2 remaining pillars there. It has 2 front lights and 2 side lights, and the proposed door is shown in the staff packet as well. All the paint colors, trim, and material would match the existing materials. This obviously would be an alteration to a historic building in the historical district. But there is a functionality issue at stake here, and there is a proposal that does conform to the mother lode type of architecture, or at least substantially, that could be modified to conform further if needed. And so staff is recommending that the Planning Commission approve the project. I do want to note too that the Public Works Department also reviewed this because it does come out into the sidewalk. And they have indicated that they would view the vestibule as being kind of within the sort of more private space of the entryway because of the columns. The columns kind of create that, and then the public space is on the outside of the columns. So they would need to get an encroachment permit to ensure that there wouldn't be impacts to the public sidewalk space, but they do support the project as well. Let me see if I missed anything here. There is also a light that's proposed inside of the vestibule, so that light would shine through the windows and hopefully light up these inside pillars, which I put a picture of in the staff report, and there's an old light at the top there as well, so that folks could still see those features.
Just a quick, I think I have to recuse myself from this one because I'm within 500 feet.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yes. Okay.
All right, I'll be back. I think I have covered everything here. Staff's recommending that the Planning Commission find the project exempt from CEQA and approve the architectural review application. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Great. Anything either of you would like to add to this?
Thank you for your dedication to our city and keep things looking good. My name's Jim Morris, and this is Craig Rorson. We're both odd fellows, and I'm currently a trustee, and this guy's the grand
Noble
marshal.
grand,
Noble grand.
as of this year.
But yeah, safety has been a concern since I've been involved in Oddfellow. Also, I want to make sure you understand. I did get a chance to talk with Rod and Tom and show them what we're proposing. So got a little input there that was very helpful. So many questions.
Well, one statement I would like to say is that the door does not impinge on the sidewalk. It comes out to the very edge of the main sidewalk. So it's clear for the walkway.
You mean it doesn't extend past the pillars?
It does extend past the pillars, but the actual sidewalk is past that.
I'm
So people could
confused.
still walk past if the door was
Oh,
open?
yes.
There'd be plenty, how much room is there? when the door's open?
The entire width of the sidewalk, whatever that is, 4 feet at least, I believe. Yeah. I took that into account. It says there's only one way to do this.
And so you just popped it out 3 feet, then the door?
So actually, it goes existing lower.
That's what gets added right there.
The existing lower step. Let's see, it's approximately. It is 16 inches, and we extended out 20 inches to the center of the door. The new
So
door.
this concrete and this step form the landing. That was the only way to make that happen.
But so it's extending out from the edge of the existing step, 20 inches.
That's the that 20 inches is the extent of where it's going out additional to
Yeah.
what it was before,
Yes.
and where that you need the encroachment.
Right, the 20 inches plus the 16 of the step.
Which adds up to 3 feet.
I appreciate the visual model. This one feels a little complicated, so thank you for bringing that.
Sure, yeah.
3D model.
There are other questions?
Yeah, I have one for staff. So they're going to have to do apply for an encroachment permit on the public right-of-way, the sidewalk, because it's perceived that the area inside those 2 columns are still part of the public right-of-way. Okay.
That's right.
Because
So-
there's no barrier between
Right.
the sidewalk and that area that's
yeah.
shaded.
It's a city sidewalk right here. So, and then any work that's done, even if they needed to put up some cones or something within this area outside the pillars, that's an encroachment into the public sidewalk too.
Okay.
So while they're doing work, they just need to have an encroachment permit that's, it won't be-
Okay.
yeah.
So that encroachment permit doesn't necessarily pertain to what's being built?
Right.
Okay.
It's just during construction.
All right.
Yeah.
And then a question for either of you. Why is this project necessary?
Well, as Jessica was saying, that, safety requirement, I mean, we could not put a door right at the existing wall.
Understood. And to clarify my question, do you need a second point of egress to the space upstairs? Is that the necessity here?
Well, it's primarily for security and safety. I think for years, I think they just had a stairwell and they had to find some way to secure it. And at one time, they had a corrugated, or was it accordion steel?
There was an iron gate and a roll-up door there, which made it totally unsafe, because if you wanted to have an event, you have to open the iron gate, you have to roll up the door, and there was no way to exit unless that happened.
Yeah, and currently, like any of the events or even yoga classes or qigong, that roll-up door is open, at least partially, and sometimes people just wander up there. But this particular, the new door would have the safety smash bar and meet all the requirements for safety.
It would be self-closing, and we would take into account that when the door opens, it would have limitation, so it would not hit the post.
And not extend into the main part of the sidewalk?
Correct.
Okay.
I think this is in the report, but people usually enter on the other side.
Yeah,
Right,
both are, yeah. So a lot of the classes and things are entered on the Spring Street side, but this door has to be open, if these things are happening, the activities are happening, so for safety, fire reasons. Trying to get that roll-up door open and unlocked and open in an emergency would be, unlike
dicey.
this door, you just push it, even if it's locked, you can get out from the inside.
Yeah.
And I had a discussion with Jim, and I'll disclose the reasoning for the type of door that's proposed is that there's a smash bar at 36.
Yes.
And so the reason a full view glass door, which might be more historically appropriate, would be unattractive and impractical because of that smash bar requirement.
Yeah, there are some doors in town with the smash bar right in the middle of the glass, and it's all tempered safety, low E glass.
That's all the questions I have.
Any other questions? If not, anyone in the public like to comment on this item? Seeing no one, bring it back for discussion. Yeah, for full disclosure too, Jim and I discussed, what would generally seem to apply or fit within our city design guidelines. So, any other discussion?
Yeah, I do. I have. So when I looked at the architectural details that they're tasked to match at the front of the building, it was clear to me that the storefront treatment on either side is not Gold Rush era architecture. It appears, just to my eye, and I'm not an official record, but to be like 60s, 70s plate glass retail update. And it most very likely occurred before the historic ordinance was enacted, and modernizations that were easy to strip off of buildings were stripped off. And this is a remaining modernization. That's how it appears to me architecturally, because the details aren't period. And I think that if it is a change to a historic building in the historic district. It has a visual impact for sure on the streetscape, and this building in particular. It does seem like a very sensitive treatment in relation to the columns, and may help to expose the arch behind that roll-up door. The roll-up door is not contributing to the historic sense of the place. But there must exist more historical material in terms of photos as to how this building has evolved over time. Because I was reminded by comments by the Historical Society, and they're a wonderful resource, and we should rely on them more. That if we make architectural changes to historic buildings, they should move toward the original historic shape and details of the building, rather than enhance the less fortunate improvements along the way. I mean, I think you guys have done a great job in responding to the details that exist, and it might be a more thorough consideration if the Historical Society were allowed an opportunity to present more context for our consideration that might inform architectural details.
So you would encourage the original six-pillar design?
Well,
we can't, yeah. We're just trying to put a door in for safety and aesthetics.
Of course,
It's a step in the right direction.
It absolutely is.
We had no control over the other
absolutely
stuff.
But I'm wondering if there's any will on the part of the rest of the commission to ask the Historical Society for more information, if they have it, regarding the history of improvements to this building, or de-improvements that might I don't know, better inform our decision, because it's a significant thing in terms of our mission. And it appears to me you've done it right, but perhaps more input is called for, or more context.
I'll comment on that. I think as well as we can tell, there was originally a stairway there without any barrier. So clearly adding this, which I understand the reasons for safety and security, is going to be a deviation from that original. No way around that. I think that by doing what they can, given that this is a change, and making it consistent or compatible with the motherlode style of architecture, which we generally strive to do here. I think they've addressed that adequately. I would not seek additional guidance from there. I think it's a improvement definitely over the roll-up doors that are there, and I think it was done tastefully and appropriately. Is there other discussion from the commission?
You did further comments from the public. I see Laura had her hand up.
We're done with public comments at this point.
I just found the photo.
Well, if you want to bring that forward, is there I don't know how we can see that.
You can't really see the door, but this is the front of the building, 1800s. It's on the Oddfellows website. That's the
So these
six
are the
columns.
six.
Yeah.
So yeah, for the public who can't see this, there's essentially an extension and awning along the street there with the columns that goes along the whole front of the building there.
Right, a porch over the covering the sidewalk.
Yep,
Yeah.
covering the sidewalk, yeah.
There's something happening behind the pair of columns that exist back there. Nice find.
Yeah, it is a nice find.
It doesn't really illuminate the process.
But it is interesting.
Jessica, you go say. Yeah, I do. Thanks.
Is there other discussion at this point?
I mean, I'll just go on to say that the only architectural details they have available to match are the 1960s and updated in 1972 or something with the, they're not attaching to much, and I think they've done a tasteful job. And I just wanted to raise the question of do we want to explore further? And I think given the puzzle they have, it's a good solution. Though it would. The light fixture that's inside that vestibule
Well,
currently?
that will be replaced. In fact, I selected one that would point down, and also it'll illuminate the tin surfaces that are on the posts.
And would that be mounted closer to the door, like toward the?
It would be, you can see, it will be mounted right in the middle of the
Right,
step.
so forward of where
So this
that-
whole area will be totally illuminated, and it will be permanently on.
Okay, and you might find something of architectural interest behind the way that arch is blocked off by the mechanism for the roll-up door.
Yeah, the roll-up door will
You might find something.
definitely be removed.
Yeah, so you might find something behind that sort of valance that covers the mechanism.
That will be interesting, is what you're saying?
That will be interesting and
Yeah.
hopefully would be treated as though it were a detail to be preserved. Yeah, so it might be appropriate for a liaison to be.
Okay.
That's okay, that's it.
To clarify, the liaison to do what?
Just once the demolition of that door is done, like restoration to the original context after the roll-up doors are moved, because something will be discovered and changes will be made. So
Yes, and we'd be glad to work with a liaison. It'd be a positive thing for our project.
Okay. Any other discussion? If not, would someone like to make a motion?
I'll give it a shot.
Great.
So I'll move to determine the project exempt from CEQA and approve the architectural review application with the conditions of approval laid out in the staff report.
Great. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Simmons?
Yes.
Commissioner Nye?
yes.
Commissioner Tommy?
Yes.
Vice Chair Cobden is recused. Chair Brown?
Yes. And for your liaison, I don't want to put everything on you, Tom.
I volunteer Chair Brown.
I was wondering, Michon, would you be interested in being the liaison for this one?
Sure.
Great. Thank you. We can help you with it.
And you can phone a friend if you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I already have a friend in my other co-liaison there, so.
Great. All right.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next item, 110 Pine Street architectural review for a new side door in the historical district. Great, welcome.
Okay. So this is our last architectural review today for a side door on the Pine Street building. So I'm actually going to start by, obviously, everyone knows this is in the historical district. And so what we're looking at is a side door on this building. We're looking at the front of.
Actually, if you, just 1 minute,
Yeah.
the vice chair is recusing herself from this item. too.
Oh, okay. I didn't notice, sorry. Okay. So what we're looking at here, let me enlarge this for you. This is the front of Brewbuilt Brew House on Pine Street. And then we have like the old South Pine Cafe building right next door to it. This wall was constructed here, and then if I take you over to this photograph, you can see the wall continues along the side of the building, and then there's a gate between Brewbuilt Brew House and the structure next door. There's a small alleyway between those two buildings where the South Pine building's utilities are located, and they are unable to access those utilities without going through Brewbuilt's property and through the locked gate on the side. And so the proposal today is to add in another side door right behind this gate, essentially. And that would function for the purpose I just mentioned, which is to provide utility access for this building owner, and also to provide Brewbuilt Brew House with access to the South Pine Cafe building, because they intend to utilize the commercial kitchen in the South Pine Cafe building to expand their menu. Here is the floor plan of the South Pine Cafe building, and you can see this section where you see this new door to Brew House kind of lines up right here. I'll show you a picture of the door. Actually, I'm going to scroll down to that if I can find it, since I didn't put it in the staff report. Here we go. This is the proposed door. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, though, because we do have in our design guidelines, it essentially, and in our municipal code, it states that when basically any exterior changes require planning commission approval in the historical district. It doesn't matter if you can see it or not, but it does also state that if it is not visible from a public vantage point, then it is not as significant of an issue. And I'll read you that actually specific section. So it says, all buildings which may be constructed or altered as to their exterior appearance situated within the historical district and fronting streets and alleys, etc., shall, as to their exterior appearance within public view, substantially conform with the mother lode type of architecture. So this is not visible from a public vantage point, so it is not required to conform with mother lode style architecture, and that is not required. So staff is recommending that the Planning Commission approve this project and find it exempt from CEQA. And approve it with the conditions of approval shown in the staff report.
Great, thank you. Anything you'd like to add?
We've taken over the lease for South Pine for the base of expanding the restaurant and taking over the commercial kitchen, as well as the health department. We already have approval with them, and the building department, we do have approval as well. And the construction of the door will be fiberglass and steel with a wood grain texture, so it's just a better stable door. And we plan on matching it with the same color as the back of the door on the back of Pine Street, which you can see visible from Golden Era's parking lot. But the door, yeah, would be completely invisible from public, so it's right in between where the shaded part of the wall is right there. You can't see it.
Great, thank you. All right, questions from the commission? I'll ask a question. Do you intend to do anything with the seating area within the older?
Yeah, that's going to be in a later plan. We definitely will. It's kind of in the works, but there is about, what do you say, 48? There's about 48 seating in there, so definitely be able to expand restaurant and do more public events and parties. You know, we do wedding parties and everything already, so definitely kind of figuring out what we want to do with it exactly, if we're going to keep it the same where the seating is, but definitely plan to expand to be able to have more seating because Brew House is pretty small on the inside, so.
Great, thank you. Questions? Anyone else?
None.
None? None?
I'm glad you're thinking about using that space.
Yeah.
Is there any comment from the public on this item? Seeing none, any discussion from the commission? Seems pretty straightforward.
Only to thank you for the explanation of why it comes to us, because we can't see it. But yes, we're glad to be included in the conversation.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. I will then move to approve determining if the project is exempt from CEQA and approving the architectural review application subject to the conditions of approval in the staff report.
Second.
A motion and second. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Simmons?
Yes.
Commissioner Nye?
Yes.
Commissioner Hadamy?
Yes.
Vice Chair Cupton is recused, and Chair Brown.
Yes. Passes. Great. Thank you. Okay. Let's do, I think we can do one more before a break, if everybody's okay with that. Let's do 433 Bruck Road tree removal application. Please come forward. Hello.
Charlie Lehman, I'm the property owner.
Great, thank you for coming. Okay, Jessica.
All right. So again, tree removal application on Brock. And the reason that this application is before you is because the zoning code does require, if the property owner removes more than 20% of their trees within a 5-year period, that needs to go to Planning Commission. And so this application, we had a previous application a few years ago for one tree, and then this one is proposing to remove what maybe, and I will say that I had a conversation with the arborist after I wrote the staff report, so I do have some additional information to add to this. And it's apparently it's unclear. Sometimes you get oaks growing next to each other, and it's unclear whether they're actually one oak tree or a two-stem single or two separate trees. And it does make a difference in terms of removal, because if it is part of the same tree, then, and you remove one, then it could affect the health of the remaining stem. But it's hard to know that without doing further investigation. So having said that, you know, this is removing 3 to 5 trees potentially. So I think I have gone over that enough. So essentially, if we are looking at it in terms of percentage of trees removed, it's around 50% over 5 years, within a 5-year period. If we're looking at diameter at breast height, it's a little more than that. So I prepared this image from Google Street View that shows what the view from street would like if all of the trees were removed. So you can see that it would have some impact on the street. However, I would also point out in this aerial view that this is, if you can see that, this property is pretty heavily treed compared to the other properties in the neighborhood. And so losing this amount of trees is not necessarily going to impact it as much as it would a property that only has a few, 2 or 3 trees. And it is surrounded, I think it backs up here to near the tech center. So in your staff report, you'll see that there are a number of criteria in the zoning code that the commission is supposed to go through and see if the application actually meets the criteria for tree removal. So you'll see this table in here and whether the project meets the criteria. Some of the answers are no, some of the answers are partially yes, and probably yes and yes. And essentially, I'm going to focus here on the yes, on the solid yes, and that is that the trees are requested for removal because they are very close to the existing structures on the property. And in speaking with the arborist about this, initially I thought, well, it is 50% of the trees, so, and you'll see this in the staff report, so perhaps we could just take out the ones that are closer to the house. That could impact the other stems of what could be single trees, so we don't necessarily want to do that. And taking out these additional trees would protect the structures, so that is the criteria that's met here. They are too close to the existing structures, and the arborist confirmed with me that while there are other solutions to taking them out, like doing some root work on them and things like that, it's pretty prohibitively expensive to do that type of work. And then obviously we have defensible space regulations to consider as well that are not listed in our criteria. So I would recommend that we do consider that as well. So I am recommending that the Planning Commission approve the tree removal application and find the project exempt from CEQA.
Great, thank you. Anything you'd like to add to that?
Yeah, I'd just like to add that on the picture that you showed with the highlight there was one tree on the right-hand side that's closest to the street. That is actually the incense cedar that is staying. So the actual, if you look at so that one on the right-hand side that's sticking up above is staying, but the ponderosa pine is actually on the south side of the home, kind of behind that other cluster. So it wouldn't, the closest one to the street wouldn't be impacted as well. And then also regarding the two black oaks that might be two trees or one, the one in the back, kind of behind the house, that one of the stems is 6 feet from the roof line and the other one is 10 feet. So they're both kind of within 10 feet anyway. And then the other oak that has two stems is only like 16 inches away from the actual house itself. So really close to it. And then the ponderosa pine in the back of the home is 10 feet from the sewer pump tank that's in the backyard and the sewer line. So I don't know if that's an issue or not, but that's just something worth mentioning. And then I just wanted to mention that the roots have already started to cause quite a bit of damage to the carport slab. So it's kind of causing foundation issues and whatnot as well. So I don't know if there's, and then as far as the trees that do remain, it is 50% of the ones on the property, but I will also have some other trees that are right along the property line that if I were to survey that line, it's 50-50 if those trees are on my property or not. And there's some big cedars right on the neighbor's property on the west side. And then on the south side, they left where the alternative school is there. They did some tree removal a year or two ago, and they left preserved a big chunk of trees right to the south. So there's a lot of trees still left in the actual neighborhood. And then as far as the shading goes on the house, it's going to open up a little bit of sun, but I still have trees pretty much everywhere where these ones are being removed that still provide shading. So
great, thank you. Questions from the commission? Questions? No questions? Okay. Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, any discussion from the commission on this item?
So we have like an arborist that's, how does that work? The arborist that you spoke to?
The arborist works for the applicant.
Oh, the arborist.
Yes.
Okay.
And so he had prepared a cost estimate for the applicant and an assessment of the trees. He had said, I think most of them were moderate risk. The risk rating is on a 4-point scale, so that's basically a 2 out of 4. So in terms of risk, the risk is to, falling on structures and damaging structures that way, and not necessarily damage, uprooting the carport foundation and things like that.
Actually, I have what might be a question. Would you mind going back to your sky view with the red box around the subject property? Can you, with your cursor, show the just roughly where the trees are that are in consideration with your cursor?
And I might show you a different image because there's something in the arborist's report that I think I attached.
Yeah, if you look at the picture, aerial picture on the arborist report, the numbers 3 include both of the oak trees, and then number 5. So number 3 and 5 would include all the trees being removed.
It's really trees just surrounding the house.
Right. Yeah, 1, 2, and 1 and 2 stay, and then 6. Those were 2 trees that were smaller than what needed to be the.
I went by today, and that cedar's pretty. It's nicely shaped. The cedar that is not included in the bubble.
Yeah, that one.
It's a pretty tree, but,
And that one was close enough to the power lines that I had PG&E come out and because it was showing some signs of dead wood and stuff, and they said it was fine. So.
Dead at the top or dead throughout?
Just like it was brown and stuff, and the arborist had said, this was before when I took the other tree out in 2022, he said it possibly could have some damaged root structure and stuff, and it was slightly unhealthy, but as far as PG&E was concerned, it wasn't an issue, so
okay for now.
Yeah.
Other discussion?
And thank you for the really thorough going through and the.
Yeah, I appreciate that as well. Yeah, especially going through each of the criteria.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? If none, would someone like to make a motion?
I move we approve this as proposed. I'm looking for the.
That there's a secret exemption.
Yeah, I imagine there is.
Looking for the. Making the finding that this project is exempt from CEQA and that the tree removal, of the trees identified in exhibits are necessary for the reasonable use of the property to meet the following criteria, blah, blah, blah. That's my motion.
You mean as mentioned in the staff report?
Mentioned in the staff report.
All right, I will second the motion. I will second the motion. All right, roll call, please.
Commissioner Simmons?
Yes.
Commissioner Nye?
Yes.
Commissioner Hammy?
Yes.
Vice Chair Covenden?
Yes.
Chair Brown?
Yes, great, passes, great, thank you.
By the way, your house is really interesting architecturally.
Yeah, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, there's some trippy porch post treatment.
Yeah, apparently from what I heard, the builder was actually like a ship builder. So he kind of has this, if you look inside too, it's got these unique kind of ship type aspects.
It is funky.
My former partner and I put a bid on that house, and I think you beat us to it.
Oh.
It's a beautiful house.
Still forward to support it.
Congratulations.
Well, thanks for approving it anyway.
All right, and we will take a break.
Yeah.
We're going to take a 10-minute break now.
Yeah.
Oh, he's right.
Yeah.
This is my favorite English teacher.
Oh, yeah.
I just loved him so much.
Oh, thank you. I'll call our meeting back to order. And the next item is 244 Commercial Street, conditional use permit for a pottery studio, architectural review for exterior building modifications in the historical district, and a sign permit in the historical district. Applicant, please come forward.
Hi. Hello.
Great, thank you.
This is an application by Leslie Barbizette for 244 Commercial Street. I'm going to take my time a bit on this one, especially with regard to the historic kind of story of this building. It was originally built in 1863 after a fire had destroyed it. The original building was 1856. It is shown on the Sanborn maps, and it is considered a contributing building to the Historic District's National Register status. It's also noted as one of 19 buildings in the design guidelines as being symbolic of the city's historical past as a mining town during the days of the California Gold Rush. The description of this building from the National Register inventory, which was written in 1985, is as follows. This is a two-story brick building. The two plate glass windows on the right, with their transom windows above, extend from floor to ceiling of the first floor. Ornamental double doors have carved wood panels framed with decorated molding. There is another tall window to the left of the doors. All these windows are replacements for the originals and were installed in 1961. And this looks like somebody actually inserted this afterwards because there's a sentence break there that doesn't make sense. The original brick is exposed at the second story level, where there are 3 windows that have their original iron shutters. A cornice extends across the front with dental details below. A parapet fronts the flat roof. So here's some, for this project, I discovered the Nevada City Historical Society and their website, which is amazing. And you can actually, so I will be using that from now on for all of the other projects as well. So these are some photographs that the owner provided me and that I got off of the Historical Society's website as well. So you can see the original. It's kind of interesting to look at the history of the structure, but it originally had a gable roof on it. And it had this covered area here. I'm going to enlarge that a little bit so you can see it. This is the earliest photograph that I could find of the structure. You can see those iron shutters are there, and all of this sort of dental work up here. They look like teeth. In this photograph down here, it appears that, and you can see the windows that are still there in later photographs. And it's just a little bit unclear to me, looking at this photograph, what's actually going on, because it looks as if the entries to those windows might be covered or something. So this one was a little bit perplexing. I think everybody has a different interpretation of what that was, but it might be that the original door was glass. That's something I think the owner has said, and her architect, that it appears that way to them. So I wanted to point that out while we're looking at that photo. And then this is a later photograph of the same building. It still has a gable roof on it in that photo. And then later, these storefront windows were replaced with these kind of angled, they kind of angle into the interior. And this photo was taken obviously a little bit later, but what happened was that the building is now kind of locally known as the Osborne Woods Building, or the Osborne and Woods Building, because we have these two very influential people who owned the building. They bought it in 1961, and they're pretty iconic, not just locally, but they're known nationally for their graphic design and artwork. And locally, they were fairly iconic. They purchased and restored the Miners Foundry. They established KVMR and the Foothill Theater Company, and participated in drafting the Historical District Ordinance that we have today. So when they purchased the building, there's a little bit of an interview that's cited in your staff report. They encountered it as kind of a very deteriorated structure, falling through the floor in one spot, and they commenced to make some renovations to it and some changes to it that I don't know would be approved by the planning commission today, but were done at the time. So they changed those windows that I showed you that were tipped inward and brought to horizontal. And then they changed, I believe that they changed the doors out. I couldn't figure out when those doors were added, but it seemed that they were the ones that probably changed the doors. So, yeah. And so in this article, and then there was a letter from David Osborne that kind of describes some of the things that they did. He talks about cabinetry from a drugstore from San Francisco, because they had moved up here from San Francisco. So I'm assuming they got those doors from San Francisco and brought them up as well. And there were some fake fireplaces that they salvaged from houses that were getting demolished from freeway construction, things like that. So they removed the gabled roof as well. That was another piece of it. So the application that is before you is a combined application. The first portion of it is a conditional use permit. So I'd like to explain what the conditional use permit is for, and to clarify that from my view, it is for the central portion of the building. So the building actually is, the proposal is to divide it into 3 interior spaces, about a third each. The front portion of the building that is on the street would be an art cafe offering, so they're essentially, and I had to ask the applicant about this, but what this is a cafe, so it does serve food, and there would be a series of tables inside, and I think there's a layout that shows that in the application. And food would be brought to the table, not made on site, but prepared on site. So there would be a commercial kitchen involved for food preparation. The food would actually be brought in from the outside and then reheated in the building, and potentially some, greens and things like that added to the plates, I think was the impression I had. And then the art portion of it is, if you sit down and order some food, you are also ordering an art project. So there may be some, I want to work on watercolors, or I want to work on some clay work or something like that. So that is ordered to the table as well. It's a different type of use than any that I have seen so far in Nevada City. And there is not a specific use designated for this exact use in the zoning code. But I would, my interpretation of the code is that it is substantially similar to restaurants and similar enterprises, which are allowed by right in the zoning code. So this portion of it is not the subject of the conditional use permit as far as I'm bringing it to you today. So the analysis that I'm going to provide you is not for this portion of the use. The middle third of the building is a pottery studio. And I'm happy to answer questions, obviously, about any portion of this. I would, going back just a moment to the art cafe, this would be similar to any other restaurant because people walking by can walk in and order food at any time. There is no membership or reservation or class, required, something like that. The middle third of the building is the portion that requires the conditional use permit. It's proposed as a pottery studio, and I'm going to quote here from the application. It would provide educational programming and open studio access for local residents and visitors. And that I am interpreting as being close in use to a school, in that they would be providing workshops and classes, and that is like the primary function of the space, is as a school. Now, and that might be a bit of a stretch, but it is the closest use that I could find in the zoning code. So that is what is being presented to you today as the conditional use permit. Let's see what else I want to say about that. The last third, the back third of the building is kind of a back of house space, which is how it was used before in the previous iteration with J.J. Jackson's. So the second portion of this application is an architectural review, and this has 3 different components. The first component is repainting the exterior facade and trim to a color called Tarrytown Green. And you have some paint chips, we could pass those around.
It's actually yours. It's the Nevada
It's
County
ours?
palette.
Great, okay.
Nevada City palette, sorry.
Yeah, that's from the historical palette. With the black trim, the paint would be removed from the iron shutters to reveal the natural patina. And let's see here, the application shows Essex green, but the applicant agreed to lighten this color up a little bit. That's kind of closer. It's probably in there because it is one of the historical colors, but that closer was colored closer to black. The second portion of the architectural review is to remove the existing carved wooden doors and replace those with the glass door and transom window, as shown in this picture, for design, safety, and energy efficiency purposes. And then I would add 2 that I had a conversation today with Richard Baker, and another reason for that is ADA access as well, so they can speak to that as well. And then the third portion is to repaint the existing second floor windows with double pane glass. All right, the next permit up for consideration is a sign permit in the historical district. And the proposed sign consists of individual letters with a total sign area of 12.3 square feet, which is under the cap of 24 square feet. The material is a weathered steel that would match the patina of the iron shutters. And then underneath Wolfcraft, the name of the business would be added at Osborne and Woods in order to, nod to the history of the building. Oops. All right, moving on to the analysis of each of these permit applications. I've actually already gone over how the determination was made to consider this as a use permit as a school, so I'm not going to belabor that point of it. Let's see here. So the center of the former retail space is the only portion, again, that's at issue here. So this is an interesting point that I think needs to be maybe cleaned up a little bit in the code. The zoning code doesn't actually make a distinction between when it cites allowable uses. It doesn't say allowable uses just for the front of the building, or for the middle or the back of the building, or upstairs or downstairs, except when it comes to office spaces. When it comes to office uses, we know exactly where we are, which is they're not allowed in the historical district unless you get a conditional use permit on the second floor. So in practice, it kind of appears that maybe city staff has not historically required compliance for uses that aren't on the street frontage, but because that's not clear in the code, I am bringing this to you for consideration, even though it's in the center of the building. The proposed pottery school studio, it would contribute to activity within the downtown core. Obviously, there would be people attending classes and workshops there. Those people, again, may, similar to another use recently considered, they would potentially walk to other uses that are in the downtown area and meet that requisite of contributing to vibrancy in the historic district. There are sales as well in the front portion of the building, and for the pottery studio, sales of clay would occur for the pottery studio, and then in the front of the building within the art cafe, there would be, I know, a card section and then some other kind of local products and items that are shown in the application. All right, the next item here is parking, and there is a lot of really good math in here that you can review on your own. But essentially, I took a look at what the previous retail use would have required in that central space, because we only require parking for new conditional uses, not for by right uses. And so when you do that math, it shows that there is no additional parking required. There's also no exterior lighting, landscaping, or other site improvements proposed that would need to be evaluated. For architectural review, let's see, the historical district, this particular building is cited as being an example of a building in the historical district, which is an important architectural specimen and symbolic of the city's gold rush past. So I just wanted to reiterate that. It is an important building, and it is visible from Broad Street and in one of the more heavily used areas of the city. The applicant is proposing to remove the carved wooden doors. So I'm going to go through each of the 3 architectural review items now. The first one is on the front doors. These were installed by Osborne and Woods around or after 1961. We don't have an exact date on that. We do know that they were making a lot of improvements in 1961 when they purchased the building. And the proposal is to replace these carved wooden doors with a glass door, as shown here, with the new transom window above. And this new door would meet ADA requirements. This current door does not. So this was a difficult question, but there is a section of the municipal code that provides review standards for exterior alteration of development projects in the historical district. So this is the analysis that you have in your staff report, and I do want to go over most of these items. I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this. The first criteria for alteration of buildings in the historical district is every reasonable effort shall be made to provide compatible use for a property that requires minimal alteration of the building or to use a property for its original intended purpose. So the alteration of the front door, as originally stated in the application, was for energy efficiency, aesthetic, and safety purposes. So people entering can see if anybody is near the door. It is arguably not the minimal alteration necessary. And so removal of the door, it might be somewhat necessary, I should say, but at least partially inconsistent with the standard. Is how I would read that. The next item is the distinguishing original qualities or character of a building, structure, or site and its environment shall not be destroyed. The removal or alteration of any historic material or distinctive architectural features should be avoided when possible. So another tricky item, the original door that was actually there before was removed by Osborne and Woods. We don't know the disposition of the previous doors before Osborne and Woods, necessarily what was there and how many times those doors have been replaced. We do know is that the door that they put there was placed there in 1961, which is older than 50 years old, which potentially meets criteria. It is like the first criteria for historic features and properties. So removing the door would potentially be inconsistent with the standard as well. The next item is all buildings, structures, and sites shall be recognized as products of their own time. Alterations which have no historical basis and which seek to create an earlier appearance shall be discouraged. So the proposed door is obviously a more modern door, and it's potentially similar to what was on the original building. It's hard to tell, for me at least, maybe not for everybody, but in my view, I couldn't quite tell what was happening because of the shadows in the photograph of the original structure. So replacing this with something that was maybe there before could be inconsistent with the standard as well. Next item, changes which may have taken place in the course of time are evidence of the history and development of a building, structure, or site and its environment. These changes may have acquired significance in their own right, and this significance shall be recognized and respected. So this one, I think, was one that felt a little bit stronger to me. The doors were installed by Osborne and Woods, who have acquired significance locally, I think. And they did install those doors in 1961, which is now over 50 and 60 years ago, and are eligible for historic conservation. And due to the significance of the people who actually installed the doors, it could be considered locally significant. The next item is distinctive stylistic features or examples of skilled craftsmanship which characterize a building shall be treated with sensitivity. They are arguably a distinctive craftsmanship. And finally, deteriorated architectural features shall be repaired rather than replaced wherever possible. And the new material should match the material being replaced. So the doors are not deteriorated, so that one would not apply either. So in summary, replacing the front doors appears to be inconsistent with these municipal code standards. All right, moving on. The Historical District Ordinance also states that all buildings which may be altered as to their exterior appearance shall substantially conform with the mother lode type of architecture, which consists of wood and brick as primary materials and is generally characterized by gabled or shed roofs, tall and narrow windows and doors, dormer windows, iron or wooden shutters, balconies, wooden awnings, and ornamental scroll work. The existing doors seem to be fairly consistent with this ordinance, and the proposed doors potentially less in keeping with the materials and features noted in the ordinance. I would just add here that we did get this letter from the Historical Society, and I got this after the staff report was already done, about a week afterwards. And so I wasn't able to consult with them on the doors at all, and they did not comment on the doors, so I don't have their input on the doors. I wouldn't mind getting some input from them on the doors and seeing if we could find any original photographs. So I would just put that out there for consideration.
Can I interrupt you about that? So I did talk to I went to the Doors Foley Library and looked for it, and that's where I found that one from 1885. And so they had about a dozen pictures of this building, but that was the best one that they had. So I've talked to them at length about it.
So that's the one that they have. Then there might not be more. I did pretty extensive research on their website too. They have an excellent search engine, and so I looked up every single name of all of the businesses that I could find that had ever been in that location to try to find as many photographs as possible, and these are the ones that I could find. So the proposed colors are consistent with the historical collection, referenced but not adopted by the city. The primary color is a darker color. It's mid to dark green, and we do have a letter again similar to the other application. The Historical Society commented on the dark colors proposed here and indicated that lighter colors would be preferable. So if we do retain, I just want to make a note here that if we do end up retaining, retaining the existing doors, I would recommend that the applicant provide their desired color scheme for those doors. I'm not sure that the existing color scheme would work with what they have. So that would need to be considered if those doors are retained. In terms of window repainting, that is not referenced in the design guidelines. It's not really a substantial exterior modification. The sign permit meets all of the standards in our ordinance, so I have no comments on that. And we talked a little bit about the tiny little plus sign. It should be a dot, so that's what it will be. And this project was publicly noticed, and so staff is recommending that the Planning Commission find the project exempt from CEQA and approve the conditional use permit, making the findings shown, approve the architectural review application for the new paint colors and the second-story window repainting, and not for the front door replacement with the conditions of approval shown, and approve the sign permit with the findings that are there. Happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Jessica. It gets warm
Yes,
at all.
so warm.
Donna, could you turn that?
Thermostat down, please? I'm dying.
While she's doing that, is there anything that you would like to add?
I mean, I have a whole presentation about the thing. Do you want to hear about that, or do you want to dive in? How do you want to?
You have a whole presentation, like how long is your
This is my
presentation?
time. Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, do you have the presentation up?
I did not have it up yet, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Let's see. These are, I showed them this one.
Oh, right, so this is to show that there's a precedent of dark green right next door. This is probably in the 70s, when that was repainted.
It seems like there's a funky film on that.
It does, it's like a little bit, but it still in other pictures looked like a green. It was a slide from the Doris Foley Library, so that's why they found there were slides, and there were so many images, especially of the inside of the loft upstairs, that are really great where they lived, and so Laura was like scanning them in for me, so there's lots of great pictures, but not super old, just more recent ones.
I'm not seeing your presentation here.
Oh, okay, I thought it was in the packet.
Oh, okay, that presentation.
It's
I
in the
thought you had
packet,
like
yeah.
a separate power, okay.
No, I was just
Let's
gonna go
back.
through
Yeah,
the
great.
one in the packet and just kind of do a quick highlight of it, just so you can know about the whole ecosystem of my business.
Oh, here we go.
So thank you, commissioners, for seeing me, and thanks to Jessica for such a really thorough job. It's been great working with her on this project. So wanted to just introduce you to Wolfcraft, and so this is Wolfcraft at Osborne Woods. The project is to have an art cafe and a pottery studio, and together have a cohesive educational experience that contributes to the culture and economic vitality of downtown. So going to the art cafe, so this is a concept that's inspired by established models that are successfully combined cafe hospitality with accessible drop-in art making in walkable downtown settings. So we'll have a rotating craft menu that'll include air dry clay craft projects, so you can have a single session and you don't have to like put it through a kiln or anything. Doing painting pottery made by local artists. Visible mending, stamp making kits, seasonal paint by numbers, and embroidered bandanas that'll change quarterly. So this type of space doesn't currently exist downtown, a place where residents and visitors can slow down, create, spend meaningful time on Commercial Street without contributing to congestion, nightlife intensity, or noise. So the Art Cafe, we're going to prioritize hiring staff with craft experience. We're not going to serve espresso drinks. The focus is going to be on the creative experience, not training baristas. Beverage offerings will include functional steam drinks like matcha, turmeric, beet, charcoal lattes, cafe au laits that are colorful and aligned with the artistic experience. This approach reduces competition with local cafes that are already serving specialty coffees. A limited selection of craft beer and natural wines will be offered if we get our license, which hopefully we will. Alcohol will remain secondary to the cafe and creative experience, intended to complement crafting and socializing, but not define it. We're going to partner with established local eateries like Heartwood to provide high-quality food while minimizing infrastructure and operational impacts. So this model supports existing downtown food businesses. It creates additional revenue streams for partnered establishments, reinforces a networked local economy rather than internal competition, and encourages cross-promotion and shared customer traffic. So the Pottery Studio will operate a small-scale, nonprofit educational craft studio behind the cafe. Osborne and Woods ran a print shop in this building during their tenure, and this continues the building's tradition of trade-based learning skill spaces where introduction and production coexist. The studio will have small group classes and supervised open studios, short workshops and memberships, and daytime and early evening hours. It's not a large-scale campus model. Activity is comparable to a gallery or a specialty workshop, quiet, focused, and community-oriented. Revenue supports scholarships, public programming, and community access while maintaining economic sustainability. So for retail, consistent with the historic pattern of Commercial Street, the project includes meaningful street-level retail component that supports pedestrian engagement. So we're going to do a la J.J. Jackson's. We're going to have cards because, you know, people will miss that. So we're going to have that. We're going to have craft kits for all ages and yarn and fibers. We're also going to be recommending people go to Wonder Docent to get art supplies there that they can use. You don't have to buy anything when you come. You can come bring your knitting. You can just come and relax and have a cup of coffee or a glass of wine. The proposed cafe and studio align with Commercial Street's pedestrian-oriented mixed-use character. Operation will focus on daytime, early evening hours. We're looking right now at about 9:30 in the morning till 8 o'clock at night. It supports daytime street activation, low noise, low impact, and is consistent with what's currently there. For an economic and cultural value perspective, the proposed use functions as a local arts-rooted economic engine supporting multiple layers of activity, creation of local jobs, cafe staff, instructors, program coordinators, paid teaching opportunities for regional artists and craftspeople, increased foot traffic benefiting neighboring businesses, and attraction of arts-motivated visitors who spend more time and money downtown. So I just wanted to tell you a little bit about Wolfcraft, the Wolfcraft ecosystem. Right now we're based in Nevada City at the Tinnery, which is on York Street next to Elixart, and we're upstairs in that studio, and we run classes right now that are really successful. Last year we had over 700 students, and 62% of those students were from outside Nevada County. So we have a lot of people, we draw a lot of people into this town, and it's for the experience, right? So it's already a model that is working for us and is working for the town. I do have land on Wolf Road in South Nevada County that I have a conditional use permit for, like a retreat-like experience that would bring people to town. That is a much bigger, longer term endeavor that costs a lot more money. So this is sort of a next step to that, to get people into the ecosystem. So the goal is to have different levels of engagement and price points so people can understand. You can walk in and, you know, do a little stamp kit for like $20 to $40 and have a cup of coffee, or then you can take a class or a drop-in class on a Friday evening at the Pottery Studio, or you can take a weekend class up at the Tinnery, and eventually in a few years, hopefully you can go and have a retreat-like experience. It's like a week long and learn a craft. So just going back to the respect for the building's history and legacy, since 1863, 244 Commercial has housed local businesses that have served as points of connection and character, from a dry goods store to J.J. Jackson's gifting retail. The proposed use is deeply informed by the legacy of Osborne and Woods, whose names will remain on the building. They were artists, designers, and early preservation leaders who helped spark Nevada City's cultural renaissance. From this building, they operated a working graphic arts and printing studio, producing lithographs and posters that are celebrating the town's Victorian character. Their work was demonstrated that preservation means keeping historic buildings economically and culturally alive through compatible use. So just talking about the doors in general. So the historic context, like the images that I see, it definitely looks like a glass door was originally there. The doors right now are impossible to open. So if I did have to keep those doors, I would have to redo the knobs because they are jamming. Like people have, like just using the doors over the last few months has been really difficult to use. They were always open at J.J. Jackson's because they were never closed, because, you know, when you're going to open a door and you don't know who's on the other side, it's a little scary. So if we're going to have a cafe in the front where people are sitting down, it's not going to be comfortable for people that are sitting there with the doors open. Also, just from an efficiency standpoint, that's a little tricky. It's the only doors in downtown Nevada City that don't have visible eye level pass through. So there's the mine shaft, but you can go like this and you can kind of see through still, but this is the only door in Nevada City that doesn't have visibility on the other side. So we would love to be able to have that visibility and put ADA like buttons on it to open it and make it compliant and just energy saving and all of those things. I will rehouse the doors inside and use them inside because they're beautiful and I love them, and I wish that they were more functional and not scary. And then in terms of painting the exterior, you know, when I did my history on this, it seemed like buildings from the 1860s commonly used deeper, more mineral-based colors like greens and oxbloods and charcoals. So it's interesting that the Historical Society disagrees with that. But a saturated green is more consistent with 1863 commercial structure than a light pink, which is peeling. Right now it's on the top part where the brick is. It is really like in disrepair, and it's all lead-based paint, so it has to be remediated. I love the iron doors that are also completely peeling off, and I would love for those to be just stripped completely and kind of rusted out and sealed. So those, it can just be what it is. Because there are a lot of steel doors in town that are just beautiful as is, and I don't really want to paint them. And it'll give a little texture to the building. So yeah, I think that when it comes to the doors, I was interesting to hear your perspective on the Oddfellows building, talking about like later improvements, and it's, you know, I'm interested to hear your guys' perspective on what era we are preserving. Are we preserving 1961, or are we preserving the historical like Gold Rush era? So yeah, I'm interested to hear your thoughts, and I obviously want to be as flexible as possible. This is like my life's work, and I'm so excited to be in town. I'm living upstairs, and the historical ordinance was drafted in the loft where I'm living. So, you know, this is like a beautiful building that I really love, and yeah, I hope that you guys like it. So, if you like what I'm doing.
Great,
If
thank
it's
you.
okay, I'd like to add
Yeah, please.
just modest amount more
Go ahead,
context
Richard.
about the doors. I think because it seems to be the largest sticking point of the conversation based on the comments that Jessica made, but a few things. One, the doors were changed in the 60s, right? And they're very clearly a residential shape and form. So that's one thing. I think that if someone were to come today and that building had an all-glass door and they wanted to put those doors on it, it would not be approved. There's no such thing like that in the downtown district, nothing in the historic district. If you walk up and down any of the streets, every single one has at least half to more than half of the door is glass. And like Leslie mentioned, there's a security issue with that, with being able to open and close that door and be able to see what's happening inside or outside when you're doing so. Secondarily, the doors in their current form would not be compliant on any level with the ADA. And the amount of work that she's going to have to do, my professional opinion is that the building department is going to require her to bring the building up to full ADA compliance, including accessibility. And when you do that, the code specifically states that that work starts at the front door, essentially at the entrance to the structure. And so a door that's less than 36 inches of width, you know, clear space, a door that has a handle that is essentially like down here rather than at the proper height. It's a circular, you know, knob rather than a handle. They're very heavy, very difficult to open. That could be mitigated, but the other items sort of preclude you from ever figuring out a way to utilize those doors in a compliant manner. So one question that I have is, as a commission, can you somehow force a non-compliant object on an individual, essentially causing them to have some sort of legal liability? You know, because we all know that ADA compliance is a legal right that people have in order to access public spaces. And if you as a commission are saying, nope, you gotta have those doors because Osborne and Woods had them put in 1961, is the city somehow able to mitigate that liability that she takes on as a property owner and a business owner. And then the third item that I think is also an important piece of it is one of the other reasons why those doors were left open and like throughout the year is because the cooling system in that building was a swamp cooler, and that's the way that they're functional, is that they have to have like free outside air in order to function. The efficient way to heat and cool that building is not going to be a swamp cooler and a fireplace. And so to have the door open at all times is going to be extraordinarily inefficient and cost prohibitive for Leslie and her business. So I'd like to have you consider those elements when you're making your determination about the doors. And then separately, I think as it relates to the conditional use, I think it needs to be brought up that the Nevada City is celebrated as an arts community and an arts destination. And we are fortunate to be one of only 24 designated cultural districts in the state of California. And we happen to have 2 in Nevada County, one on the east side and one on the west side. And I think that it's important for a community and individuals like yourself to recognize what a community celebrates itself as and what it's sort of looking to the outside world and saying, look at us, this is why you should come visit. And this happens to be one of those types of businesses that has proven through, proof of concept through the Wolfcraft work that she's done at the Tinnery, to draw large numbers of people into the downtown core that they may not be buying, for lack of a better term, tchotchkes at like a gift shop or whatever, but coming into the downtown core, experiencing this type of arts experience in an analog way where we don't sit at our computers and, play video games or kind of do Zoom calls or whatever, but you're actually knitting or painting or making art while you're sitting with your friends and engaging, is the exact kind of thing that we want to have people experience when they come to Nevada City and then go back to their communities and say, wow, this place is really special. This has the potential to be that type of place. And so I think that when you're considering the conditional use permit, I think, as Jessica mentioned, there aren't things like this yet in Nevada City, but this is the kind of thing that Nevada City deserves and Nevada City should have if we are going to continue to consider ourselves to be an arts destination. And so I'd like you to also consider that. And with that, I want to make sure that our decisions as a community, as it relates to architecture, are not based on nostalgia, but they're actually based on real life knowledge of this place and places outside of here that should be educating your decisions as you're making these kinds of decisions. So thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Richard.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the commission for questions now, and I'll divide this up into 3 sections. So we'll do, I guess, three sections of 3. We'll do all commissioner questions first on the conditional use permit, and then on the architectural review, and then on the sign permit. So any questions on the conditional use permit pertaining to that, or I should say generally to the applicant?
I do. Where are those 62% of people coming from?
So we have a lot of people that are coming from Sacramento, Reno, Folsom, the Bay Area, Napa, Yountville. We had a woman come 2 weeks ago from Dana Point, LA, mostly California, but there are also people that have come from back east too. Yeah.
And they're coming for the
Wolfcraft classes, yeah. So we do classes like we'll do jewelry making, spoon carving, sandal making, those kind of things. So all sorts of different crafts. This will be more pottery focused, and then other smaller crafts that are like unguided that you're you get guidance from like your server on how to help and do things, and you'll have, you know, a craft kit that will have like, it'll have a video in it, or it'll have like explanation for how to do all the different crafts, and we'll switch them out every once in a while. But at the Tinnery, it's all different crafts, so.
And you'll keep that location?
Yeah.
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 And can somebody come in and just get a cup of kombucha?
Yeah, for sure,
They don't
yeah.
have to do a craft.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not forced.
Don't force me to do
You're
a craft.
handcuffed until you do a craft.
So to clarify again, you just said this, and I just want to be crystal clear. You will also keep your business with the other artist classes at the Tinnery?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
This is an expansion.
Okay.
Okay. Does the
Go ahead.
Tinnery have a conditional use permit?
No, we talked about this. It's on the second floor.
Okay.
And so my understanding is that if something's on the second floor, it's generally not brought before the planning commission. So, don't know.
Other questions? Jim?
Yeah, I think it's, you have a diagram of the three divided into three. So in the front space, the art cafe, there's like a kitchen area, food and beverage prep. So you had said that you signed a contract with Heartwood?
We haven't signed a contract, but we're working with them on menu development. So Tony from Heartwood has been consulting on menu development that will also enable us to get a Title 41 or a Type 41 food and alcohol, like beer and wine license. So we're working with him on what he can produce that is different from his menu, and that will work in kind of a shareable, because, you know, when you're crafting and you're with somebody, you kind of want to snack on something, but it has to be substantive enough to be able to have a beer and wine license. So we're working with him on that.
So, okay, so you're going to have at some point go to the county to get a license to serve food, or?
Yeah, we've been working with Amy Arani at Environmental Health about all the ins and outs of this, for sure.
So in the picture that you showed, it showed some paninis, and is that just sort of, I mean, are you you'll have to heat?
So we're going to have a turbo chef, which is kind of if like a convection oven and a microwave had a baby, that you can heat up food quickly from frozen or from, you know, like we'll have a panini maker, we'll have different things that we can have to serve. So we're not going to have a stovetop or a grill or anything like that, but we'll have a turbo chef oven that will heat up food.
Then in the picture, there's, you know, a dividing area between front part, the art cafe, and the school part, the ceramics studio. Is there a door there that's?
So there's a pillar that goes through that's a structural pillar, and in between the pillar and the wall, there's going to be a bench, and then there'll be reeded glass that goes all the way to the ceiling. So there will be kind of a divider, but it'll still let light through.
So when you have classes in the ceramics studio, the door will be shut? And
Well, it's not a door. So on one side of the pillar, so from wall to wall, there's a bathroom, and then there's a walkway, and then there's a pillar. Oh, you can see it, sorry.
This is an existing pillar, and this will be basically a wall, a bench that has a back on it, and then above the back to the ceiling would be reeded glass that basically was translucent, that would create a separation between this space and this space, and then this is just a clear entry, open entry area, there's no door.
And Richard, while you're there, what's on the part down below that?
This is a solid wall that's creating backing for these cabinets that are the food and beverage preparation area, and the ADA compliant restroom and the restroom for staff. Toilet. So there's an outdoor, you know, like commonly nowadays, there's like in order to save space in it, because otherwise you'd have an 8-foot by 8-foot room. So in order to save some of that space, you have a common sink where you do your hand washing when you come out of the restroom.
And it's also a sink that's accessible to, if people are doing crafts and they're getting messy, then there's a sink that they don't have to go into the bathroom to use.
But then these objects here are Like where, have you thrown pottery before? So this is a wheel. This is essentially the round wheel, and you sit at a stool, and you turn out the wheel. And then these are places where you do hand building, which is a different form where you flatten out the clay or you squish it together to make forms.
Jim, anything else?
Yeah, so in the map, up at the right-hand corner, that's the retail area there.
Yeah, we'll do retail there and also along the back wall, right here. This will be an area where there will be craft kits.
Do you have any projection on how much retail, I mean, do you have sort of a business plan?
I have a business manager that has a business plan for me, you know? If I may, just because I've had this question in my head, Russ, if you're there, can you steer us into where we should be thinking about revenue? Like, to what extent it's our purview and where it's not? I see that there's a little bit about it in the staff report, but just for clarity.
I don't think revenue is a planning decision. You're looking at the use. Is there a material or sufficient amount of retail that you can feel comfortable that it fits into the retail use requirement, which doesn't specify that it has to be 100% or 10% or any other number. So is the retail a substantial component of the project? I think that's the only sort of criteria. And I'm not even sure substantial is required. It's just.
It is not required. Restaurants are allowable uses in this district.
And also just to note that there will be clay sales, obviously. We're not going to allow in outside clay because we need to control the environment. So if you're going to use the pottery studio, you have to buy clay, which will be taxed and be revenue for the city.
And glazes, I would imagine, right?
Yeah.
So
there will be some glazes that will be included as part of your class or your membership.
And I'm assuming there's also tools that are for sale because
tools for sale.
So did that get anywhere to answering your question?
I'm still not clear, sorry. Can you just be crystal clear, like what is it that we need to be concerned about with respect to revenue and tax income from a retail store?
The planning commission?
Yes.
None.
Okay.
Zero.
Thank you.
Jim, did you have any other questions, or did you get your question answered?
Right now, I don't. When we get to just maybe a little discussion, the middle part. I mean, I think that in the business ordinance, it refers to sales tax that is generated by business establishments. So that's what we're looking at, correct? I mean, we're looking at the ordinance 1740-20, and it refers to sales tax revenue to the city of Nevada City. So I think that's a subject for discussion.
I think Russ's point, though, was the amount is not.
The amount's not specified, but the issue is that and it's repeatedly stated in the ordinance and in the at the clause about at the beginning of the ordinance about the intent of the ordinance.
So to steer it back to a question, do you have any additional comments on that, Russ? Or Jessica?
I do.
Yeah, go ahead.
Russ, I'll go first and you can add as you need to. Okay, so this is the general business district section of the zoning code. And so the very beginning of this, these are the principal permitted uses. This means that these are the uses that are allowed by right without a use permit. So just to kind of clarify, because The first one is residential uses are permitted, office on second floor and above only, unless you have a use permit, that's in a different section. Restaurants, cocktail lounges, theaters, and similar enterprises, which a cafe is a similar enterprise. We've had a lot of those in this district. Hotels and motels, mixed residential, and then this is where the tax comes in. Any other similar business or service enterprise, blah, 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 and such business or service establishment will be characterized by the following for ground level use. And one of those items is nature of business provides sales tax revenue to the city of Nevada City. The way that I would read this is that the use that's proposed in the front of the structure, it would fall under this, restaurants or other similar enterprises. So I don't think, because restaurants do not provide sales tax, so I don't think it falls under this provision here, which requires sales tax. So that is what I.
Well, we're talking about a conditional use permit for the middle, which does not generate sales tax.
It will through clay sales.
It will generate sales tax. Can you put back up the picture of the floor plan for one moment? I think it's an important moment. So in order for these 9 people, plus all of these people, to sit here and do something in this space, they need to purchase clay. And the clay will have a sales tax associated with it. So this is sales tax revenue right here. This is sales tax revenue right here. This is sales tax revenue right here. So a large portion of this entire thing is sales tax revenue. Some portion of this, let's say 20% of this is sales tax revenue. So when you take a third, say 30% plus 20% of another 30%, I mean, you're well above, a large percentage of this entire area is sales tax revenue.
Going back real quick to the zoning code on this to address your point. Under conditional uses, so if we're looking at just the conditional use permit portion of this, it lists the following as conditional uses, and we're fitting under this quasi-public use, of which is defined elsewhere in the code as schools and classes are under that. There is nothing in this section under conditional uses that requires all of the items that we were just looking at above, that they would have to provide. They would have to depend on walk-in traffic, provide sales tax revenue, et cetera, because these other similar businesses are just allowed without a conditional use permit. And so they have to meet established criteria. They have to meet like these performance standards in order to be permitted by right. I think perhaps that was not the intent of the code. I don't know at the time. But the way that it's written right now, we do not have to meet all of those criteria for the conditional use permit uses in this district. And that's how I read it. I would welcome the city attorney's thoughts on that.
I absolutely agree. That's we're dealing with it as a conditional use. Just to circle back to the similar permitted use, just because it says the nature of the business provides sales tax revenue. Okay, so are you going to sell something? I guess that could be one candy bar. It doesn't quantify this or give us any other information, and so similar to another project we came along, and maybe it's not the #1 focus to generate sales tax, but it does that, and it fits. But this is not a decision regarding whether this is so similar to a permitted use that it should be considered a permitted use. As Jessica was pointing out, that's when you would take those 5 criteria into consideration. We're under 1740-040 conditional uses. We're looking at it as conditional use permit. You're looking at, if you want to check the box, is there sales tax revenue? looks like there'll be some. And that's it. That's the end of the inquiry as to the amount of revenue, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think the reason for the way this is set up is because if something's permitted by right, there are some protections in here for those things that are permitted by right. There are protections for the city that are written into the principal permitted uses. And the reason they're not written into the conditional uses portion is because these projects come before you and you can set those conditions of approval. So you could actually set some conditions for the things that you're concerned about. Potentially, I would assume we can set retail space and that type of thing. Open hours, we've done that before to make sure that the business is actually open and things like that. So it's discretionary. You can set those conditions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jim, any other questions?
No.
All right. Anyone else questions on the conditional use permit?
Yeah, I have a couple, because the concern here, the thing we're considering regarding the school section is a large volume of very attractive retail walk-in shop buy stuff with no demands made on the customer is being taken out of circulation. And not that that's like necessarily a part of this consideration, but the Chamber of Commerce has a concern about having plenty of attractive retail targets for for visitors who don't really, they're coming, they're visiting, they're spending a weekend, they're going, oh, that's pretty, I'll buy that, and that's good for all other businesses in town. I mean, other similar businesses, because Nevada City is a destination for that sort of thing, and not a opt-in membership, not a join up membership kind of feeling. And so a concern I have is that it's great that there's a retail and a place where any somebody from Roseville can walk in. Oh, sorry, thank you. Shall I repeat everything?
You're hopefully coming to a question too.
Yeah. So a question. Yeah, so by approving a conditional use permit for the school section, I think we would need to include assurances that you will be as enthusiastic and perhaps compelled to be so to the more retail, easy walk-in nature of the front of the house. Right? That sort of makes it an easier approval for us for the second step. And I know Jessica's not asking us to weigh in on the nature of the front business, but the maintenance of it and the maintenance of its attractiveness to pedestrian traffic helps to grant the second use, the one that's less accessible to the public.
I would argue that it's still very accessible to the public. I think that it'll actually keep people in town longer by having it there. My experience in my current space is that people come to town for an experience and they stay for the experience. So they'll come, they'll have lunch, they'll come to a class, and then they'll stay and they'll have dinner. Whereas if it was just walking around shopping, they would have gone to Grass Valley by then, or they'd go to Roseville, or they'd go somewhere else. So by keeping people in a class, in a drop-in class that they can come to that's 2 hours, that's prolonging the time that they're spending in town, that they will do something else in town.
Would they also feel comfortable to just come in and have a panini and not join in the fun?
Absolutely.
I mean, would it feel like a space like that?
Absolutely. That's the goal. It's to just be welcoming, non-judgmental, and to just come in and enjoy yourself. I mean, I think what will be discouraged is if you're sitting there on your laptop. There's plenty of other places for that.
Sure.
And that's
yeah.
really the goal, is that it's about community, it's about meeting new people, it's about doing crafts and doing something with your hands, or just walking in and getting a coffee and leaving. Like, you can, it's a cafe, so you can do whatever you want. There's gonna be no mandate that you have to buy something, you know, you can just hang out. But ideally, you'll be around people that are also doing things, and that, it's kind of like parallel play, right? The kids, when they're working on something, it's easier to talk to people when you're doing something with your hands, and it's less stress, right? So, you know, as we're in a world that really lacks connectivity right now, and there's a loneliness crisis happening. And so if we can have a place where people can come and feel comfortable and play on something, and then it's like, oh, well, what are you doing? And what are you doing? It just gives people something to talk about. And my experience in pottery is, you know, I had a full-time job, and I would go to pottery after work. And there was a lot of times where I did not want to go to pottery because I just wanted to sit in front of my TV and have a glass of wine. But I would force myself to go, and within 20 minutes of like playing on the wheel and like hearing all the people with what happened during their day, it's just an amazing way to have community, and all the stress from my day would be gone. And that is really why I'm doing this, because I want to create that for people, because it was hugely important to me having a full-time job where I could go and have a place where it would just melt my stress away. So that is what I want for the people of this town, and to be able to have classes that are drop-in classes. So somebody comes to the National and they're like, oh, tomorrow night there's a drop-in pottery class. Like, I'm gonna go after dinner, or I'm gonna go before dinner. Like, it's another thing for people to do to stay in town that is an attraction. I think people, you can buy stuff online anywhere you go right now. So a lot of the things that are for sale in town are also available online, and experiences like this are not available really online in the same way. So
that's great. And I just, my curiosity is about, like, is there a vibe where there are no demands that somebody have an experience?
Oh, sure. I mean, yeah, they don't have to,
That's what the whole front area is about.
Yeah, oh, that's
the, and I think
that's my main concern. If it just, and you can join in, and you can if you want to, but it's not like, you don't feel unwelcome if you're not playing with the other kids.
I think the other thing that's really important to think about too is there's a planning concept that talks about sticky businesses when you're talking about when you're trying to create an interesting grouping of opportunities for people in a shopping environment. And there are businesses that are called sticky businesses that are exactly what this is, which is the kind of place where you go into and you stay for a long time versus the kind of place where you just roll in and roll out. You're like, walk in and you're like, oh, this isn't for me. But I'm not necessarily the kind of person that's going to walk into this place not knowing what's in there, see a wheel and say, oh gosh, that'd be fun, I'm going to go turn some pottery. But I know that Leslie is. And I know that there's a lot of people like Leslie that are going to roll into a place like this and go, oh my gosh, this is really great. I would like to spend 2 hours here, have a cup of coffee, buy some tools, you know, spend some time chatting with friends, get away from this damn thing, you know, like actually kind of experience this sticky business situation. And I think if you pay attention to the ways that downtowns are dying, like if you read about what's happening in like Chico, 10 businesses in the last quarter have closed in downtown Chico because Chico's planning process allowed for large groups of retail areas that were disparate from the downtown area, so they basically killed their downtown. And I think that that's the kind of thing that we have to be really cautious about, is creating businesses that are outside of the downtown retail district that are the kind of places where people are going to want to go and spend time, versus a mixture of interesting things that are in a downtown area, which is very exciting about being in downtown Nevada City. And this is the kind of thing that is going to create that kind of opportunity for people to experience the quick in and out, but also have the sticky experience.
Oh, I have to leave. I just wanted to say, no disrespect, but I have another meeting to go to. And I just want to say, I wish this had been here 10 years ago. I think it's a great concept. So bringing that energy to the town. And I will see you guys in March.
Okay.
Bye, Michelle.
Other questions on the conditional use permit? Seeing none, let's move on to questions about the architectural review component of this. The questions on that? Seeing no one?
I have some.
Oh, well, speak up.
Shocking. In the staff report, pictures from the, from, I think it's Milgard, I'm not, there, I see a catalog, and are the windows upstairs like the?
You're asking about the proposed windows.
Yeah, the proposed windows.
So I think you've gone past that, Jessica.
Yeah, but they're just being reglazed. Is that correct? Like within the original?
So they're single paned right now, and
Yeah.
they keep shattering. Like Richard came over and one of the windows was open, and he opened the front door, and it broke. So like it slams and they break. So I just want to make them double pane to make them stronger.
Yeah. So my question goes to, and that makes a lot of sense. Are the windows changing? The light layout is just reglazing with double pane units?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And the downstairs windows, independent of the doors, those are also
One is
being
broken, so we'll just
They're being
replace it
reglazed?
as is. It's
Single
the top-
glaze?
It's the top right. Yeah, I'll do it exactly how it was.
Okay. All right.
They're all just like single pane storefront glass,
Mm-hmm.
tempered, like big.
Yeah, and they'll stay single glaze, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to make that one different than the rest.
Yeah. Okay, no, that's it.
That's it?
But the same shutters, same steel shutters, you just
We're just gonna take the paint off,
take the
yeah.
paint off?
Yeah.
And then seal them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Rust them.
so they'll look like raw metal. There won't be any paint attached to them.
Right, but they also won't ooze rust down the front
Right,
of the
yeah.
building.
They'll be
No, yeah,
sealed.
they'll be sealed.
Yeah. Okay, no, that's it for questions for me.
Anyone else? Questions, Jim? No. No? Okay. Any questions on the sign?
Sign's cool.
That's not a question.
Are you sure you don't want to save money by going the same way Osborne and Woods and J.J. Jackson did it, where they took plastic bubble letters and spray painted them?
That's not a serious
So
question.
it's so tempting. So they're gonna be steel, just like they're gonna be Corten steel, just to match the shutters and the.
I'm just teasing.
No, I know, but like I didn't realize that that's how they did it. I was like, yeah, how do you do metal that's all bubbly like that? It's wild.
And to that, do they stand off the building slightly, or are they complete directly on the face?
I think they'll probably stand off the building a little bit, just, yeah.
A little
They're not
teensy.
gonna be like glued to the building or anything.
Right, and not backlit.
No, that's probably not allowed, right?
I was kidding, that wasn't a serious question.
I hadn't considered
Unless
that.
it was.
I don't know, I hadn't considered it.
Are there any
Is
more
that
serious
allowed?
questions from the commission? Okay, I think that's it. Any final questions before I open it up to public comment? Seeing none. Is there anyone in the public who would like to comment on this item? Richard?
Yes. I have a couple of things. Are you Leslie? I am. Okay. Richard Thomas, 214 Gethsemane Street. I'm excited. I remember in high school working on a kick wheel, get that big old thing rolling, and then you grab that clay and you get your hands all wet. And it's very therapeutic. I don't think I've really felt psychologically together since high school when I quit spinning clay on a wheel. So exciting concept. Well, actually, my only any things that might be considered negative, but I hope constructive, would be aesthetically. The door seems to me, and in the little black and white over there, it just seems so generic. It could say Wolfson and some real estate, or it could say Tucker and Tucker Law Offices, or it's just that style of door, which is so common. So at a minimum, I mean, I guess I looked at it over there. It doesn't appear to be. Is it full-length glass?
Yeah, there's a border, just a wood border around
Okay.
it, and I think the packet has like the exact door in it, if you wanna open that.
Perhaps I would suggest perhaps a half glass and then some architectural detail, some art detail on the lower half to, I know we'll never get back to the doors that Osborne and Wood had on there, which were pieces of art, but we could at least make that door look artistic rather than generic. And that's that. And I know we just let a very similar door slide through for the Oddfellows, a block down the street, a block over. And I don't remember that there was a paint scheme suggested for those. I don't know, maybe you were paying more attention than I was. So it would seem like there would be two very generic doors unless we encourage you folks to do something more creative, and maybe even the Oddfellows could, rather than just that wood, so common that Douglas fir door, some paint on that to match their interior. The other thing is the green seems dark. It seems like the building would stand out there in the block quite a bit, but then again, it is pretty much full southern exposure, and that green will fade over time. So maybe that's not really an objection, more than a comment. I think the business model is great. Whatever you can do to generate sales tax, great. I guess there is no tax on classes. If there's any other than the sale of the products that you would use in the classes. So there'd be some retail. I thought it was interesting that the retail ordinance only suggests that they generate something, they sell something, and it doesn't matter whether it's a candy bar or a Cadillac. So I think that's my comments. I thought Richard and Leslie did a great job presenting. I really liked Richard's summary of how it fits in with the whole artist community, and the fact that we are one of so few artist communities designated in the state. So I'm excited. I'm looking forward to getting down there and getting some clay therapy.
Great. Thanks, Richard. Anyone else who'd like to make a comment? Yes, we do have.
I'm Bree Ingram, and you guys all know me up at the parsonage. I'm really excited about partnering with you. We've talked a lot about doing retreats and having her have, a whole group of people come stay at the parsonage and be able to come experience what she's offering downtown. My daughter went to her camp this summer, and it was so awesome to see all the kids running around Nevada City, going in and get ice cream and just the whole thing. And I feel like I did have a question, because across the street from us was the Espiritu, and they had an art cafe, and I don't think that they had a CUP. They just, it was a cafe that had art, classes. It was technically like an art school back there. I'm interested in knowing that, but I'm also wanting to let you guys know that this is not that, because that did not last long, and the quality of the cafe was really low, and in my opinion, it was not a place that people wanted to come do art. And what she's offering is something really cool. I mean, even when Huck and I lived in LA, our date night was going, and we would go sit at a wheel, and we made bowls, and we still have all of our bowls, and just a really amazing offering to be bringing this art into this community in this way. I think people are paying for experiences right now. I do agree that one of the experiences that people are paying for when they come to the parsonage is the retail. They come to town, and what Nevada City is offering is curated, really special boutiques. So I get how important it is, but I feel like with her aesthetic and her community mindset, I really do believe that you're going to make a great cafe that has retail that people are going to want to buy, with beautiful yarn, all the things. I actually have opposed a few buildings with the dark colors, mostly those dark blues that feel like they fit into Portland and Seattle and that like cityscape. I actually think that this green is very, very classy, and I think that it kind of sits well with the trees and the mountainscape that we have here. I think the juxtaposition of the warm accents really makes it, I think it looks beautiful. The one thing I would question is the dark black trim. Sometimes that dark black trim just deteriorates really quickly, and it's also really hard on the windows, but that's the dark point to me. And then the other thing obviously is the door. I'm a purist and I love those natural, all of that, but I'm out of time. I'd be interested in maybe putting in glass, like in the lower portion of that, so you can see through it, and maybe even like stripping it to where it's wood and goes with the other orange tones. That's just my idea, but thank you.
All right, thank you, Bree. Is there anyone else who'd like to comment? Okay, would you like to comment? If you would, please come up to the podium.
Hi, my name's Bree Weston, another Bree. I just wanted to comment that Leslie didn't bring up, but her history in retail is very deep. She spent many years with Levi. She spent many years with Williams-Sonoma, many other clothing companies, and designing retail products, actually traveling the world. So I assure you that whatever she puts in there will be highly curated. So I just wanted to make sure that didn't get brought up, but she has her history is basically in retail. So you've got a great face here in Nevada City to do that. So I just wanted to share that part.
Great, thank you, Bree. Yeah, one more, or another one, I should say.
Hi, Maria Herrera. I'm the business consultant, business manager for Leslie and this entire ecosystem. And I just wanted to just clarify a couple of things. Obviously, the cafe is the entry point to the entire Wolfcraft ecosystem. It's like what draws someone in for, a coffee first. Then the second time they come in for a coffee and an art experience, which would, at 50% occupancy, generate about $3,800 in sales tax every month. Just kind of, I had to pull up my spreadsheet to just kind of reiterate that this, again, is an entry point for deeper art experiences that then would generate other type of taxes, hotel taxes from someone staying at the National or the Parsonage. And so, again, when we look at a business, we need to look beyond just the business itself and the ripple effect that it has in the entire downtown ecosystem. So just something to note.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Last chance? No? Okay.
I'd like to point out too that we received 2 additional comment letters that I did not touch on earlier. Oh, speaker, thank you. Excuse me. For those who couldn't hear me, if anyone's online, there are 2 additional public comments. And the commission should have received those, and they're in the room here. One from Leanne Brooke, and the other from Kelly Moreno. Happy to summarize.
You want to summarize?
If you'd
Yeah,
like.
please do.
Okay. Yes, we received these kind of last minute here. So the letter from Kelly Moreno has some concerns, I think, about the retail portion. Retail businesses in these highly visible locations create walkability, browsing opportunities, visual interest, and an inviting experience for visitors. Tourism is a cornerstone of our local economy, and retail businesses rely heavily on that foot traffic for survival. And then I'm just going to go ahead and read the next paragraph. When prime street-level spaces are converted to service-based uses, particularly those that do not generate consistent walk-in activity, it diminishes the vibrancy of the downtown core. Fewer retail storefronts means fewer reasons for tourists to linger, explore, and spend. In addition, retail businesses contribute directly to the city's sales tax base, and service-based uses do not typically generate comparable sales tax revenue. So and I'm going to skip a paragraph. I ask the commission to weigh this decision not only in terms of the individual applicant, but in terms of long-term downtown vitality, tourism sustainability, and the economic survival of existing and future retail businesses. The other letters from Leanne Brooke, who says, I have been a business owner in Nevada City for over 45 years with a graphic design business and an art gallery. I also served on Nevada City's Business Improvement District. And she notes that Nevada City has always been known as an art town, and that her gallery was open 6 days a week with a monthly art reception, monthly art talks, and generated sales tax revenue. A strictly service-oriented business does not generate that revenue. Retail businesses are typically open 6 days a week, 5 to 6 hours a day. A service-oriented business is open for their clientele and hours accordingly. Regarding the conditional use permit for this project, it could be a great fit for Nevada City and its art brand. However, there appears to be little opportunity for sales tax revenue as a ceramic studio since it is a service business. The former business, J.J. Jackson's, which was the anchor retailer in Nevada City, generated revenue that contributed to our community for years. I would suggest that instead of having a ceramics studio and cafe, that the owner might consider having part of the space as a retail ceramics business, where handcrafted ceramics made locally and abroad could be a great complement to the business. It would also present an opportunity to generate sales tax revenue. It would be open typical retail hours and not by membership or other that would not be open to the public. That's about it.
Were there rumors going around that there was just a membership requirement for this business? Because it feels like it's come up a few times.
Yeah, no, there's no membership requirement. We're planning on being open every day from 9:30 to 8, so.
Great, thank you.
This information is a really great tool for certain individuals, for sure.
Okay. I'm going to bring it back now, discussion and then voting item by item. I'm going to do the least controversial. Let's do CEQA. Any discussion on CEQA? No.
Oh, no.
I know. I will therefore make a motion that we find this project exempt from CEQA as written in the staff report.
I'll second that one.
We have a second. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Simmons has left. Commissioner Nye?
Excuse me for a second, are we going to have a discussion?
Oh, did you have any discussion on the CEQA part?
No, not on the CEQA.
We're doing it one step at a time.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Commissioner Knight?
Yes.
Commissioner Hadmi?
Yes.
Vice Chair Cubden?
Yes.
Chair Brown?
Yes, great. Okay, well, let's open up discussion for the conditional use permit. And Donna, if I could ask, it's getting warm in here again. It's,
I turn it down 1 degree, we get cold. 1 degree, we get hot.
I know.
I'll try 1 more degree down.
Down was
Yeah.
preferable to me.
It's weird, and I have it on hot and cold to regulate it.
Oh,
That didn't
goodness.
work at all.
Yeah, thank you.
Open a door, it's like 65 degrees.
You can bash out some of the windows or something. Okay, conditional use permit discussion. Who would like to open the discussion? Jim?
Well, I just want to say that, you know, what we're talking about here, and I agree with remarks from the other people. This is, you know, a really nice business model and a really nice project as a whole, and you've presented it really well. And it really interests me, and I went over onto your website and read about the work you're doing in the county, et cetera. And that's not really what we're, you know, talking about when we're looking at the conditional use permit. We're talking about, and I'll put it into context because it's come up to us a number of times recently, and we just had an application for a conditional use permit for the Earth Store, which was is somewhat of a similar discussion. So the context is sort of a changeover in what's happening in Nevada City. And for me, it was brought to my attention by people from the Chamber of Commerce. So the Chamber of Commerce had written, a letter and sent it to the City Council about, and they're about the loss of retail in Nevada City, and which is something that we all see. We see retail exiting, and we see vacant properties up and down Broad Street, and this is a concern. And this is, this is what was stated in the Chamber of Commerce letter, that we're losing retail. That makes Nevada, we are a tourist economy. We're dependent on people coming and visiting. And if people walk up and down the street, if we have less retail places to go to, that's potentially a worrisome factor, and that's brought up by them and by other retailers. And in that context, we're talking about a new project coming in, but we're also talking about an old retailer exiting. And of course, J.J. Jackson is not just any retailer. That was an anchor location retailer for 38 years, for many years. There's a really good article in the Union about it when it was leaving. So we're talking about a central retailer I'm not sure if there's a more there's a more sort of distinctive site than the one that they're in. So that puts it in a sort of a different framework than in another venue, maybe up at the top of Broad Street, where that's less travel and less important and less in people's eyes. So I think that puts it into context of why we are concerned about that, or why other people's concerns have been brought to us and asked us to take it into consideration when we look at the conditional use permit for an applicant like yours on the ground floor, because that's what we're talking about. And that was we were talking about in the case of the Earth Store, which was a yoga studio coming in, which, I think we all made it clear that we were fine with a yoga studio. What we were discussing was a ground floor in a prime retail location, which is what we're also discussing in this application. So we're sort of sensitized to that issue, and that's why, we really need to discuss it, because this is their ordinances, and going back to when the ordinance was modified in 2005 and 2006, it was modified because at that time there was a concern about the loss of retail, and in that case it was primarily real estate offices, but it was other loss too, and that's the situation that we're dealing with now. So I just think that if we make a decision that moves that process along and it accepts that, we have to recognize that we're doing that, and that has an impact on our sales tax revenue and our ability to pay for our services, which are, we're dependent on sales tax. It's the biggest part of our budget, and it's declining, so it's a concern. So a person could argue, well, that's the way things are going, but it comes to us that maybe not. Maybe we can save traditional retail, and that's been part. That's what our economy is based on. Go ahead.
Response, please.
Well, are you done, Jim, or I'll let Jim finish?
The response is good.
I have a lot of thoughts about this. I've been thinking about this for many, many years. Immediately broad scale, yeah, we have a big problem. This is not the meeting that we're going to solve it in. The decision that we make here is not going to be the decision that determines what retail future is like in Nevada City. That's my first big thought, because I want to make sure that we are staying on topic about what's relevant to be talking about today for the sake of everyone's timelines. I think about economic ecosystems, and this is not a healthy one. Relying on tourism in Nevada City to fuel retail stores has never been a good design. I grew up here, I've been watching it my whole life. My mom participated in this. It's not a stable model because you don't have everything that supports everything else. And I think that I would like to take focus back to what Richard said about having a sticky business, where people come in, they spend time, they sit down, they think about what they want to do next. This is not just like a restaurant, it's an interactive experience. And my generation in particular has been blamed for the death of retail amongst other things. And there's a lot of reasons for that. You can buy things online that you could get in stores in town. This is one of many reasons why retail works poorly in an environment like ours, but why experiences and why Leslie keeps saying that people want to pay for experiences is so important. Because that is what people like myself want. I don't want stuff, I want to have an experience. I'm not sure if you guys have been familiar with her business, Wolfcraft. Are you at all familiar? You said you went on the website. I've been admiring it for a long time. I think it's a very interesting model, what she's been doing. And sometimes sitting in this planning commission for the last almost 6 years, you see businesses that come through and you think to yourself, that's not gonna work. And you kind of let it go. If you're me, you're just sort of like, you don't care about it very hard. Often I find that we fight the hardest about the things that probably will work. And sometimes you see groups come in where you can really tell that they have put the thought and the effort into what they're doing and that they're really going to make contributions. And I see this as one of those examples. I've seen your classes sell out regularly. More importantly, I've seen the impact it's rippled out on our local artists economy, but also on the reputation of Nevada City being a place that you go to for these experiences. And I feel like there's a lot of anxiety here that's fueled by a lack of information, which is why I prickled when I heard the membership term come up again. I know that as planning commissioners, people come to us prior to meetings and they express their anxieties and they communicate rumors, and often you find out that they aren't informed. I think that this is a great design. I think that furthermore, it is within its rights and regulations. Like having a conditional use permit, we're not talking about the entire store. She's creating a retail and food space. It's completely within its rights. And I'm not sure what the problem is with the idea of having a pottery studio inside. So I'm curious to know more about what that anxiety is. And finally, when it comes, I'm curious, genuinely, when it comes to the revenue, do we have actual data on what JJ Jackson's was creating? My understanding is that our budget, revenue-wise, has largely been supported by Elevation, another much anxiety-inducing subject when it came up. But throughout COVID, that was what kept us afloat. I don't think that I'm not convinced that it's retail, but I would love to see the data. I think that that would be a much more powerful conversation. And yet, it's not within our purview. The amount of money that is being created is not up to us to decide or make decisions, or I just said it. And that's where I'm at with the CUP. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tom?
Elevation is a retail business that sells an experience.
They do sell an experience.
Many different tailored experiences. I think it's a brilliant, beautiful concept. I also know, though, as a visitor to there's an area in downtown Los Angeles that it could be brilliant, except there are experiences that you don't get to just walk in and do because you're not going there to paint, or it's like they spent a lot of money on this thing in downtown. I don't even know what it's called. The Row, maybe so.
That's a shopping area?
Yeah, maybe
Old
so.
American Apparel building over there?
And it was modernized and the businesses there, like, there's no there for a casual drop-in person. And it sounds like you've got a great plan for a casual drop-in person, feeling perfectly welcome. And it's a way to hedge the bet between the school, which also sounds great, but it's not for everyone. And my only concern would be, how we ensure that it remains like a vibrant, accessible space for anybody to come in, because as has been said, it's been that space has been known as a really, they got cool stuff there, let's go there, kind of place, and it's the primary one on Commercial Street, like a real spot. So I would like to see some assurances in our conditions of approval. I don't doubt your team's capability and belief in your plan, but there is on its surface a loss of that kind of, like, anybody can go in there and have a panini or something. The middle space. So
Well, the middle space would just need, sorry to interrupt you, just would need a reservation, right? So we have class times, we have drop-ins, and that is something that people could do, just like if you want to go to Lola, you need to make a reservation. You can't just walk into Lola, right? So.
I mean the middle space.
Yeah, the middle space. We'll have, people can go in.
Sure, and I would just like to know that real attention will continue to be paid. If your interest were to wane, the conditional use permit for the school, if your interest were to wane on the retail side, on the public accessibility and the welcoming of the public side, the maintenance of the conditional use for the school maybe should be predicated on the maintenance of the front part too.
So do you have specific suggestions along those lines?
You don't even have a way to police like your planning applications and stuff. I mean, that seems really complicated to me.
Yeah, it is complicated. I get your point. It is complicated, and it's an important thing to do because the lower effort thing, it might be just more attractive to do a school and not a retail thing, and let the retail thing go by the wayside, and then we've got a school and no retail.
Well, the reason I'm doing the retail is because I want foot traffic. I want people to come in to experience Wolfcraft, to come in and say, oh my God, this is, even if they're just getting a cup of coffee, like to come in and experience it, and then lead to more discovery, which would be the pottery studio or the cafe or the tinnery classes. So like I got this building because I'm relying on the foot traffic that's going to come in. So if I just wanted to do a pottery studio, I would have done it somewhere else that's not central like this. So the whole point of bringing people into the ecosystem, to have discovery of all of those things, to bring people into town is the point.
Good, heard. And even if enforcement is impractical, the intent of our conditions of approval should be made clear. And enforcement falls on something else.
Tom,
but if we don't say it, then it isn't in there.
I'm with Rod a little bit. Like I'm confused about what it is. You seem to have a concern. Maybe am I reading that that she's going to abandon retail at some point and say, oh, screw this, like we're just going to do pottery. Is that a concern?
It seems like the two uses should be the front use is the one that's of most concern to the retail community and the Chamber of Commerce.
But
can I make the point that if she just used 90% of the building as that front use only, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Right, because it's a by right
That's the
use.
point I'm trying to make, is that, so actually, she could open another cafe in downtown Nevada City. She could be another just open cafe. She could go up against, Communal Cafe and Java John's and make specialty coffee drinks. She could do that without even asking for your approval.
I want to bring this back if I could.
That's fine, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to.
No, I
point out that
I understand
think
what the
you're missing
intent
that
is,
piece is that she's adding something that has a very distinctive, retail component.
We've got that point.
Sorry.
That's okay. So Tom, do you have, again, something specific that you want to recommend here as a condition?
I don't have an idea of language, and I'm looking for perhaps some buy-in on what my concern is, and a way to sort of codify in the conditions of our approval, in our conditions of approval, that pertain to will the front space be open during general business hours?
Yeah, they're not going to be individual
Monday
from
through
each other.
Saturday.
I mean, my plan is 7 days a week right now, and the pottery studio wouldn't be open without the cafe, and the cafe wouldn't necessarily be open without the pottery studio. So, for example, the goal is at 10 a.m., Monday to Friday, 10 a.m. to 12, 10 a.m. to noon is you're going to have a pottery class. We're opening at 9:30, so people can come and have a coffee, or else they'll go somewhere else and bring their coffee in. So then 12 to 6 is open studios, and then from 6 to 8 is another class. And that we will, on Fridays and Saturday nights, we will have drop-in classes, just one night only. So great for people that are coming into town. They can just book a reservation and come experience that before or after dinner. And then on Saturdays, we will have a 3-hour, 4-hour workshops that will have visiting artists come in and do specialty things. So again, it's just a one-time thing, similar to the classes I do at the Tinnery that bring people in from all over the state. So it'll be that, but pottery focus. And then Sunday will be open studio.
And during all those hours, the cafe would be staffed.
Yeah.
And available
Yep.
for drop-in.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And an ability to be pulled into the deeper experience.
Yeah, that's the goal.
Perhaps notes about the staffing hours of the cafe.
Mm-hmm. So we're looking at, if it opens at 9:30, probably staff will be there at 9. We'll probably have 2 shifts. And then they'll go till 8:30 after they close up. So we're looking at having, in talking to Tony from Heartwood, we've talked about how the staff in the cafe will work. We want everyone to be able to do everything, and I definitely want people that are crafty. I don't want a barista that doesn't know how to help someone do a craft, right? I want someone that's crafty that can follow a drink recipe, so that's the goal. And I want people to be able to put food together, to be able to serve, to be able to follow a recipe to make a drink. They can seat people. They can, when you get seated, you get to say, as soon as they seat someone, then that person knows, okay, that's the person that is going to help me. If I don't need to order another glass of wine, either you're the person. So each person will be able to do all the things in the cafe. And so then we can ebb and flow depending on how busy we are.
Does that sufficiently address your concerns, Tom?
Yeah, and I'm looking for language in conditions of approval that would assure that cafe staffing would be happening, cafe retail space would be happening at all times.
So maybe we could codify something saying that, the applicant will, maintain the space open during the hours that you proposed.
Yeah.
We can repeat those when we get to a motion or whatever.
I mean, I would be worried about I just wouldn't have them open without each other. That just.
Right, and that the cafe will be staffed during those hours.
Yeah.
I think that's what you're getting at, Tom.
And would the cafe would never be open without the studio also in operation?
I mean, the cafe could be open without anybody in the pottery studio. What makes the pottery studio run is people in there doing the work, right? So, you know, they're different businesses, so I will have like staff in the pottery studio. So but doesn't mean that there's gonna be anybody in there, right? Just like, you know, I could have people in the pottery that, you know, nobody's walking in to get a cup of coffee either. So,
Right.
like what makes it open, you know? I mean, the building's unlocked and there's staff in there, whether or not, so it's open, but whether or not there's people in it is a different story. And hopefully there will be.
I don't think we can mandate that people be throwing pots.
No, not at all. Again, that's not my concern.
Yeah.
About people in the pottery studio. It's people in the cafe.
I worry a little bit that we are getting too close to mandating staffing. Like it seems like it's pretty far out of our lane.
I recognize that, but there's a cost to taking a retail space out of circulation and providing a school.
So maybe instead of mandating staffing, it's literally that the cafe be open during those hours. The cafe can't be open without staffing for the cafe. Right.
Right. So when I'm talking about staffing, I'm talking about like what.
Yeah, there will be people there to serve.
Yeah, it's not gonna be self-serve.
I would also like to just remind you that, like, when you're talking about removing retail space, Rod just also pointed out that they could have turned this into a cafe space. Did you?
I didn't, but.
Did not, you did not, Richard did.
Yeah.
That this could have been another cafe space that we would not have been able to have this discussion about. And like they've already pointed out, they're going to be getting tax revenue on the clay.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I don't think we're talking about, yeah. Let me let Tom finish here. Do you have anything else to add to that?
No, I mean, I love the concept. You know, I'm not a doubter in what you do and what you succeeded at doing and what your plan is, and I have faith in the beauty of it and the attractiveness of it. But the retail aspect must be robust and accessible.
Sure. I think there's something to...
From my point of view.
Sure. But I think there is also something to people coming in because of the pottery experience and then discovering retail. And, you know, we're going to have craft kits for sale and, you know, people love experiences, right? So I can imagine somebody coming in for a pottery class and then looking at the retail wall and buying a bunch of kits like for their kids at home or for presents or something like that. So I think that we could have it that way as well, where we're
Right.
driving
Working
retail
both
because, and that's the whole goal, is that they kind of work together.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Anything more?
No.
Okay.
Can I also jump in just real quick, and this may address your concern a little bit, I don't know. But if something were to happen to that front space and they were wanting to move into that front space with the pottery studio, that would be an amendment to the use permit that would come back before you. So there's not necessarily a need to mandate, you know, that stay the way it is, because we would see that again.
I'm thinking about the other way though. If the retail space was not maintained.
Within the cafe.
Exactly, the cafe retail space would not be maintained. We'd be out of retail space. So that, I mean, I just have an idea that might affect the continuation of the use as a school.
So the retail is mainly craft kits, which is like the whole point of the cafe, is an art cafe, right? So we're bringing people in there to have an experience, and if we didn't have retail like craft kits, it would just be a blank cafe. So the whole point of having an art cafe, an art experience, is all driven by having these kits that people can buy. Similarly to the pottery studio is drives clay sales. The art cafe experience drives the kit sales, and those are all taxed.
One other thing that I just recently heard about is some jurisdictions actually mandate storefront displays. so that it looks welcoming to people who are walking by. I don't know if you were planning on doing that.
So we're planning on having booths in the windows, so people will be sitting in the windows, doing the thing that is hopefully going to be exciting to people walking by and be like, oh, what are they making? I want to like, I think that the act of making something is going to bring people in.
Living displays.
Exactly, like mannequin. Remember that one?
Or just eating paninis and drinking coffee.
Sure, that too.
That too, yeah. Okay, my comments. You know, I don't think we're here to judge. I know we're not here to judge based on, you know, the exact amount of retail or the mix of space. You know, we look at the criteria that are in front of us, you know, for a conditional use permit. I think Jessica laid it out very well, going down there, you know, how essentially this falls within, meets the various criteria for the various businesses within here. You know, considering the special, essentially quasi-public nature of this, as it was characterized, you know, we have other such things. You know, we have entertainment, right? We have a theater that takes up a whole space that has little retail other than, you know, concessions. I think in general, you know, having, you know, the freedom for a mix of uses as we do within the downtown and as allowed by, you know, this conditional use permit allows us to have some variation to go with the inevitable, you know, ebb and flow of different businesses and different desires within the community. So I think having this, I think this conditional use permit would fit well within this and is therefore acceptable. And I think, you know, essentially hedging your bases with the retail and the cafe, you know, I think that is also fits within this too. So, you know, bring it back. We're not here to, you know, judge or determine the mix of downtown. That's an impossible task. You know, we're here to see how things fall, you know, within the guidance that's been given by previous councils as set out in the code and within the other guidelines that we have too. We're going to get to the architectural guidelines here shortly. But with that, those are my comments. And if there are no further comments, any last comments from anyone? Jim?
Yeah, I just want to say that I think it got moved out of discussing their business, which is, you know, which is what we want in downtown Nevada City. But you know, the ordinance is talking about the 1740-20 ordinance talks about having retail on the ground floor. And it's unfortunate that there isn't a sales tax on classes. I mean, if there was a sales tax on it, that'd be great. Everybody wants these classes, and that's, you know, I would rather go to a class than go buy a $5 postcard of a dog. But there's no sales tax on the classes on the school. So it is a change. It is a change from the previous use of that space, which is, it's a prime space. So that's what I was hoping that we could discuss, and not, you know, the nature necessarily of the business, which is not, you know, we don't rule on. It's not in our purview, but the ordinance is. So that's, you know, I just wanted to put that out there. If anybody's listening, that, you know, that's the basis of what my you know, commentary.
Okay, thank you.
We're all listening.
Any other
I'll
final?
jump in again and say I'm in favor of the use permit, especially in the combination that you presented it, as long as that combination remains robustly as you plan it. And I think and then the one could get neglected, and I would like to see that it doesn't. So that the classic retail idea can be happening in that storefront.
And I'll just add that I would love to ensure that things are not neglected, but unfortunately we have examples in town of things being neglected, and you can't necessarily legislate that away. You know,
We can state our intentions, though.
We can state our intentions for sure.
Which I think is conditions for approval.
With that, if there are no more comments, would you like to make a motion then
Please.
to incorporate such conditions? Given that you are the biggest proponent for them.
With the condition, Jessica, will you help? I suppose I should start with the language of an approval. I'm down quite a few pages in this application.
Do you want a page?
Yeah, a page, please.
Okay, it's on page 134, the one that I have.
There we go. Thank you. Number 2.
Yeah.
Okay, so I move to approve the conditional use permit for Pottery Studio with the recommended conditions of approval. Let's see. Making the findings
Sorry, can you say with the added condition that?
I was throwing in the recommended conditions of approval.
Oh, you're not adding a condition?
And adding the condition. That the cafe portion of the business remain open and accessible during all operating hours. Six days a week.
You gonna give them holidays?
Is that it?
Do you have any suggestions
To
to clarify this?
I might throw in the word typically or something like that, just in case they go on vacation or they need to shut down for whatever reason.
During typical business hours.
Yeah, that the cafe portion of the business remain accessible during all open hours. You had that. And sorry, I didn't, and then the second part
During all
is
typical business hours.
during all typical business hours.
I mean, it sounds like your intent is to have the whole building open at the same time, right? Or are you trying to mandate like what days of the week we're open? Or how many days of the week we're open?
If your stated plan is to be open all the time,
Yeah,
then the cafe would be open all the time, available for the public.
yeah.
So it's just codifying essentially what your statements are.
If I may, my understanding was that your hope is really that the cafe is open at the same time as the pottery studio. It's not about how many days of the week or how many hours, that the two are open together. Is that correct? Are we even allowed to say how many days and how many hours?
If the no, I don't know about that.
But it is pottery studio and cafe together. That's what I heard you say.
Yeah, that's my understanding from what your hesitations are, is that the cafe wouldn't be open while the pottery studio is open.
Right.
Okay, so I think when you start to put
Thanks
in
for your
typical
help making
business
this motion.
hours, it sounds like I need to be open a certain amount of time. So could we just say that the businesses are linked and that when one is open, both are open? Can we just say something like that?
Yes, with the understanding that your plan is to be open generally
Sure, but if
during
there's
all
a
normal
snow day, I'm
business
not gonna open
hours.
because
Of course
this
not.
is a mandate.
We don't have to say how many days they're going to be open.
No, I can't, and
Thank you.
But we have to do our best to.
I've never seen us do this to anyone else.
No, and yet it's latitude that we do have in granting conditional use permits in a retail area.
And I think due to the mixed nature of this business, it's not unreasonable, so.
That's
So
my motion.
That's your motion. So could you just read that back to us, Jessica?
Well, what Leslie just said was, when one is open, the other one is open, they're linked. But I think we might need to reword that a little bit. Essentially, that I think the concern is that if the studio is open, then the cafe must also be open, something like that.
Yes, and it sounds like there's a plan in place for that.
That was always the plan.
And I think Tom just wants to codify that, essentially,
Yep.
in the conditional
And
use.
please don't understand that I'm not in favor. I am.
Yeah. Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Simmons is not present. Commissioner Nye,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanmi,
No.
Vice Chair Cobden.
Yes.
Chair Brown.
Yes. Okay, motion passes. Let's move on to the architectural review. Discussion on the architectural review.
Are we doing questions first?
We did questions
We did them
before.
already?
We're at discussion.
It's been
We're
so long.
We're so busy.
But if you have an additional question, you
don't,
can
I
ask your
don't.
additional
Thank you.
question.
I appreciated what was said earlier. I forget who said it, so I apologize about the black trim wearing, perhaps it was Bree. I wonder, do you have any thoughts about different, there is a lot of upset about dark colors in downtown, and there is precedent for it. What are you open to in exchange?
I mean, you've got the palette there. I mean, I'd be fine going, like, Jessica already asked me to go lighter, so this is lighter. I'd be happy to go like one more lighter.
But you're asking about the trim specifically.
Trim specifically, so I'm gonna just say, I love it. I think it looks great. I'm always that person on this panel, so that doesn't say much. But I anticipate the darkness and the severity being issue, and maybe I'll just wait until everyone else says what they want to say.
I would just add that, we have, pretty consistently, I think even the comments that were in the recent Historical Society letter were more supportive of darker trim colors. So I don't necessarily have a problem if that's their choice.
I'll scrap that. I'll sit back.
Okay, any other architectural
No,
discussion?
thank you very much.
Tom or Jim, any architectural discussion? No. Tom?
I really hear the testimony and the value of the carved wood doors, and yet I really look at the functionality of doors, part of like what I do professionally, and they are really impractical for use. Each leaf is so narrow, and they're hard to operate and hopeless for ADA. And they're a wonderful piece of history, Nevada City history and Osborne Woods. And so it reluctantly, I'm in favor. I don't have a problem with the door as proposed, especially if you're planning on making it a powered, an assisted unit. That just makes so much sense. And they're so leaky, they can't be weather stripped and operable, both. It's just the wrong format. So doors, yes, and glad to hear it's a reglaze of the upper windows. So architectural review, I'm good for all your changes. The color, in my opinion, is in the picture, nice rendering. It's a wonderful composition, and yet pull the camera back and look at it in comparison to other buildings which are on the same plane. It's a very stark difference between it and its neighbors. Whatever color it is now is so vague, but but I feel it does not fit into the context of the neighborhood and the surrounding buildings, which are what we're tasked to do in considering colors in the historic district. You know, you know, often I like these dark paint jobs very much personally, and yet you can, like, there's that, and then there's this, and then there's that. I think we really need a color that blends better. And this is it strikes me as a contemporary color scheme. The black trim isn't a problem. It's a well-established millwork color for you know, historic buildings. But I think the body colors are just a bit too dense.
Will you look at the one shade lighter, the third one down?
This one or this one?
The third one down.
Third one, so this one.
Yeah, it's still very dark and reads practically as black when juxtaposed to the neighboring buildings.
It is also south-facing, so it's gonna get a lot of sun a lot of the time. So I think that having it be really bright, like if it was a bright color, that would be like reflective and kind of hard. You know, just aesthetically, my preference is a darker green. It just goes with the brand. You know, I really like rust, but there's almost every building in town is rust. It's so, you know, I look at Heartwood across the way, it's a dark gray, it's beautiful.
That said though, I understand Tom's concern.
Yeah.
Would the next step down?
No.
That's
No,
not
that's
acceptable
a
to you?
hard no for me.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm happy to look at maybe some of the other greens. I mean, this is your historical palette, so I think that I'm struggling with.
It doesn't, though, I'll say that it doesn't mean that every color in there is suitable as a body color. These are colors that.
That direction would be really great for people like me, because I don't have that direction, and so I've spent a lot of time and money doing this, and to be told like here's all the colors you can choose from, except when you do, and we're gonna still say no. Like that for me is, I don't understand how that works.
Right.
It might be worth going back to the guidelines at some point and clarifying.
Yeah, although I think the guidelines do talk about compatibility with the neighborhood and existing buildings. So,
Lighter body color.
Richard, did you have a clarifying suggestion? Because we are in discussion.
I think it's
here.
interesting because there's precedent is also important, right? And and if you look at the house that was approved by this commission, maybe not all of you guys, but this commission at 107 Mill Street, it's almost this exact same green color, and it's directly across the street from the bright white church.
I would do it a hold up there though. I mean, because Tom's looking at the context. Again, I don't want to get into a debate.
I get it, but what I'm talking about is when you talk about context, you have to be consistent with that issue. So if you can have this color scheme, which is very dark green with like golds and things
Each
like
context
that,
is
directly
different.
across
Each
the street.
context is
So
different.
I'm going to stop you there. I'm going to stop you there, Richard. As Tom said, each context is different, you know, when we're considering this.
Right.
So is across, can I ask a clarifying question? So if you look at Fire Chucks, which is dark and then raw brick, and you look at Dacan, which is raw brick, and I mean, right next to us, like there's earthy.
So I'm going to stop right there too.
Okay.
I don't want to get into debating historical things. You know, this is the commission's discussion. You know, where if you have things that can help us clarify this discussion, great. But I'm not going to get into
So I guess
debating.
my question is across the street considered in the context, or are you just looking next door?
Sure. And I think, Tom, specifically, you were looking next door in this case.
On both sides.
On both sides.
I mean, on either side of this face. And so something, I mean, I don't think that's such a great color either, but something in that density, if you can find something in that density, it'd be much less starkly contrasting from its neighbors.
Frankly, the house next to it could use a paint job too.
It sure could.
Yeah.
And so what happens when they say they want a dark color?
So-
We can't have it, sorry.
I'll stop you there, please. Okay, any further discussion on architecture review? I will comment, I want to come back to the doors. I want to thank you for, because I agree with everything that Tom said about the doors. I want to thank you for actually acknowledging the history by intending to take them inside and use them inside. My take on that historic photo, when I zoomed in really closely, to me it looks like there's glass reflections there. And I think historically there were glass doors there. So I think this
I'll
is,
jump in and say that's probably what it was.
yeah, I mean, it would have made sense for them to have that for their business. Some human tendencies don't change. People want to go into an open space. Okay, so with that, would someone like to make a motion about, or is there any further discussion? I should ask that first.
I think so, or I don't get the impression that we're done with the paint color, and that is part of the architectural review.
It is
right?
part, I think we've heard Tom express a concern about it. So there has not been other concern expressed at this point. So if you'd like to say something in support or.
Are you concerned with it, Jim? I have a hunch.
It's a lesser concern than, so as a priority of concerns, it's lesser than the other concern. So do you want to say something? Because I'm sort of following this and I'm going back and forth on this discussion, which I find useful and valuable, which is a discussion of context. So if you could say something.
Love to. This is always a tricky one, right? Because context changes and yet it's also static in the moment that we're deciding it. And we have to be thinking about it in different ways. We've had this discussion many times where people have come to us and requested, proposed to paint buildings dark. It's always a back and forth. And the goal is always to find a happy medium. Down the street at the river, that was a conversation. The river and Heartwood are both fairly dark. And they're those blue tones. I think that this is interesting because it's green. We don't have any of that in town at the moment as far as commercial buildings. Do we?
Dark green.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is there any green in town in terms of commercial?
We approved one earlier today.
The yoga studio.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
That's the one we just approved.
That's where my head's at right now.
Which I would say was roughly in, we have it right here.
I'm thinking about this in terms of the conversation that we had about the river, and when we were thinking about it, like juxtaposed to the buildings next to it and how that was all going to look, and now when I sit there frequently across the street from it, it doesn't. I appreciate the fact that we asked them to bring it back a little bit. And I also appreciate the fact that it looks different than the other buildings around it. And I think at the end of the day, I always want to trust a business to know what's going to bring in its target audience. Buildings can get repainted. When they don't work out, sometimes it takes a long time. But this green doesn't make me uneasy. I think it could actually be quite a beautiful contrast to the golden hues around it. And I would invite you to imagine that with me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jim, did you have anything else you wanted to add? Or Tom, for that matter?
I don't know if it's appropriate to talk about the Rivers application, but they came with a very strong dark, almost black green with black trim, and it diverged wildly from its neighbors and was a strong, modern, contemporary statement. And we asked them to come back with a softened, much softened version. And they did that, and it's still a strong creative statement that doesn't argue with its context. So, they're really pleased with the effect that the finished product. They're really pleased with the effect in context.
It's the river, not the rivers. She's just pulling it up on Google Maps. Sorry, Tom.
I don't think it shows its current color.
That's not current anyway.
No, and it really needed a paint job. I mean, as does your product.
Yeah, I definitely need to paint it.
So to bring it back, any other comments, Tom?
No. The darker color is too strong.
Okay. Jim, any further comments, or you don't have to comment. If you don't want to say anything, you don't have to say anything.
Well, I mean, ideally, and you're good at this, the applicant has a different perspective. They're looking at what they love in a color, and we're looking at the context of the town. And ideally, we'd like to have a compromise like we do in a lot of cases, if there's a difference. So that's what we always hope for.
Yep.
And we continually arrive at that. I mean, that's been our experience.
I mean, is that, are we doing that on the spot? I mean, or would one lighter, like how does this work?
So the process would be, we give you guidance. If we approve it, great, you're good to go. If there's nothing today that we agree on, we essentially could make a motion to approve everything except for the paint colors, and then you would come back to us with your paint colors.
Okay.
There also has historically been an opportunity for an applicant to have a liaison solve the paint issue without having to go through the whole.
We could have
coming back
a
process.
review committee meeting to provide some.
I think something this big is not going to have a liaison. It's too forward.
I've had projects in the past where like two commissioners.
Yeah,
would
that's
work
what
with
I'm-
an applicant
that's what I'm referring
in
to.
order to approve something as simple as one color on a paint, like if all the other colors were fine, but just the body was the issue.
I think this is.
I mean, I'm not going to tell you how to do your job.
So I think this is important enough that it needs to come back to the commission for approval. However, we do have this process of an advisory review committee. So if you wanted to get some input before coming to us, if you had like some things, again, this would not be a definitive answer, but it would be input that you could take, as some guidance to help you before you come back to us to get approval.
Can I ask just one last question? Are there any of the colors in the top three that would be acceptable if you were to choose one of those today?
Not unanimously.
Yeah, and I will state that I agree with Tom in this case, that I think these three are very dark, and
All three of the top.
all three of the top ones are. So with that, if there's no other discussion, I will make a motion that we approve the architectural review with the exception of the paint colors, which would come back to us at a later date.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner Haney,
Yes.
Vice Chair Cobden,
Yes.
Chair Brown.
Yes, great. Next and last item is the sign. Any discussion on the sign?
So I just want to, there was a mistake on this. It wasn't supposed to be the plus. It is using this image is, the one that we had up there is more accurate for what it should be. It's going to be, the @ should be capitalized. It's all the same font. So it was just a miscommunication between me and my architect.
Okay. Any discussion, anyone?
No, super
No
cool.
discussion, no discussion, no discussion. Would someone like to make a motion then about the sign?
I'll make a motion.
Please do.
That we approve the sign as shown to us by the applicant.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Nye,
Yes.
Commissioner Halimi,
Yes?
Vice Chair Cobden.
Yes.
Chair Brown.
Yes. Motion passes. Okay. Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
patience and your time. Okay. Any announcements or anything else, Jessica?
I'm going to need to reschedule the April meeting. I'll be gone during that time. Oh, so we'll be in touch with you on alternate dates for that, hopefully like a week before the regularly scheduled meeting.
Okay.
Somewhere in there. So look at your emails in the next week or so. The other thing is advisory review. I think we'd been doing that as a noticed meeting, and in here, we're reverting that back to the way that it used to be, so we do not have to do minutes. It will become much more informal.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that's it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Adjourned.